Hi, everybody. Welcome to Four False Champions. This is a one-shot with three forever DMs finally getting to play a character in a game. Uh, Aaron, I just realized I have not. We've already had a mistake. I'm going to invite you to this game, Aaron. um, so yeah, to walk you through what we're doing, basically it is a just quick adventure with characters from the worlds that these DMs run or play in, and they are going to be transported into our game world. What that means is that there is going to be some cross-dimensional help that can be given by the chat. So if you see the phrase that corresponds to a character, and enough people happen to drop that in the chat at around the same time, something positive could happen. And so I'm going to let each of you introduce yourselves and say something about your show. I realize that I also did not mention that, but so let's go ahead and do it in alphabetical order based on character. So Scott, if you would like to say a little bit about your Twitch and YouTube channel.
Sure. I'm Scott. I run Zeal Zaddy. We are getting ready to launch a new D&D 5e campaign called Mists of Elixia. That'll be launching on September 19th, Saturday nights. But as a preamble to it, we're going to also run Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday solo and duo adventures to lead the characters up to the launch night on Saturday. So we're at Zeal's. Everything is /Zeal Zaddy. Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, the whole shebang.
Okay, there we go. So go ahead and follow Zeal Zaddy everywhere right now. Next up, Jesse.
Hey, I'm Jesse, GM of the Monster Hunt Cast. We're a D&D 5th edition 5e show that goes every other week, and right now we're a couple episodes into our second season now. And you can find us on same thing, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram with at Monster Hunt Cast. All the same. Good brand recognition.
Great brand recognition. And finally, Liam.
Hi there, guys. I'm Liam from 1 in 20. I DM for a group of friends from England. We right now we're in the middle of my homebrew campaign, Ravis: The Lost World. We're about 12-13 episodes in. The 13th episode coming this Sunday, 5:30 p.m. BST. No, that might not mean a lot to a lot of the people listening, but come listen, man. Stay up for me. You can catch us at 1 in 20 TTG. That's the number 1 and the number 20.
Yeah, it is currently 2:00 for Liam. So if you are in North America, I think once we see Liam's phrase, you should probably mention that a few times.
Please help me.
And of course, this channel is the Sunken World Saga. We play every Monday and Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But now we are going to jump into the game. So I would like it if I could just know what each of your characters are up to in their respective world. So what is Arian doing? Scott.
Well, currently, he is planting a grove in a place where there was a big fire, and his hands are dirty, working the land, getting it ready for the trees.
Of course. And what's Korduk doing?
He is sitting in his tent, finishing up a basket that he has been weaving for the last couple of days, and he has put that down and is now beginning to strap on his armor to get ready to train some new recruits.
All right. And finally, Zurai. What is Zurai doing?
Zurai is in a dark cave lit by some light fires, surrounded by some hooded figures. He's currently checking over his backpack and his armor and his weapons and making sure that the designs drawn on the floor are just perfect. He's getting a little bit impatient, and he looks excited, ready to go somewhere.
Right. And unfortunately, none of you quite finish what you're planning on, because all of a sudden the world stops. around you. Each blade of grass that you can see, the flaps of your tent, even just the sound of the wind is gone. Everything is static. And color fades away. And with no real pain, you feel the sensation of being knocked back. And all of a sudden, you find yourself floating through a void where there is nothing physical, but you are surrounded by these streaks of brilliant color that flash by your head. You think, dear God, I'm about to be blown away by this spell. That's the only thing that you can compare it to. But then, all of a sudden, it's gone. And with this sound like a tree being split, you find yourself floating in the air in a small, damp, cold room, the only warmth reaching you of fire in front of you on the ground, with a pair of robed figures seemingly casting a spell, and two elegantly dressed figures watching. And one of those elegant figures looks up at you. This is not our champion. We will have to do it again. How long? And this robed figure down here says, it will be roughly 4 hours, my lord. And he says, fine. Away with you. And you feel as if you are knocked back again. But this time there are no flashes of colors. Only the smell of something putrid. As the three of you fall into a swamp. You are still very cold, and you can see beyond the swamp there is a great deal of snow. But each of you have now fallen down, and you see two figures you only recognize from that void and from the moment in that ritual chamber.
What happened? Where are we?
Korduk will immediately pull out both of his swords, point one at either of the guys, at either of the people. Like, who are you?
Zariah looks back and forth, confused. I don't have time for this. The fool's messed it up. And he just starts looking through a book, and he sort of turns his back to them and starts walking away a little bit. He seems to be writing in a notebook.
Sure.
I think I overplanted the grove, but this doesn't look like my grove. And I back away
Where you take?
a little bit.
Where is my child?
Zariah, your child? What are you talking about?
Return me home now.
Yes, I'm with him. Return me home too.
If I knew how to go home, do you think I'd still be here? Fools. And he goes back to making notes.
What are you writing?
Well, I'm not where I wanted to be, and you weren't here before, so clearly the fools back in Icadil messed things up. My ritual. I was doing an important ritual. And he continues to write. Where are you from?
I'm from Westeros.
Rudstow.
And where is that from here? And
Where's here?
Where in Ravis are you from? I've never heard of these places.
What is Ravis?
Zariah look a little bit more cautious, and he's going to back up a step, just a step, but he's continuing to make notes, but he's not taking his eyes off the two now.
Sure.
Yeah,
and Zerai, looking past them, you see that this swamp, there is a very narrow stretch of plain out beyond the murky ground that is free of snow, and when you look up to see why, it is that there is this massive cliff. And you see when you turn to the east that there is a road that you can vaguely see with how long it is that it snakes to seemingly go up the cliff.
We better go find some civilization and figure out if there's someone who can tell us where we are and how to get wherever we're supposed to all be.
Yes, knowing where we are would be good. Who were those people in the chamber before? Do either of you two know them?
I have no idea.
Shake his head.
They were doing magic. Magic I'm unfamiliar with.
I was not familiar with it either.
Maybe we need to find them. I don't know. I agree. We need something. A facade sort of drops a little, and then he sort of picks himself back up and shuts the book with a snap. And is like, well, let's go then.
Sure. Everyone make a perception check.
17 for Korduk.
Nice.
23 for Zerai.
5 for Arian.
Okay. So Korduk and Zerai, you all look sort of southeast across the bog, and you notice that across from a fallen tree that seems to create a natural bridge between the more difficult to cross bits of the swamp, you see two robed figures walking towards you.
Zerai would immediately be drawing his weapons. You see him draw a longsword and a crossbow, but a hand crossbow, but he would have them low, just in hand.
Yeah, Korduk he'll actually walk up kind of in between the other two now. And he will have, over the conversation kind of started to rest his blades on his shoulders, but now he'll kind of drop one to his side, but hold the other one up in front of him.
Okay. The gentleman who seems to have a bit more swagger in his walk, you can see through the shape of his robe that he saunters a little bit as he steps up onto the fallen tree trunk, and he removes a hand from his long sleeve and gives you a cautious wave. Hello there.
Hello. Who are you?
My name is Damus. It's a pleasure. What brings you to the swamp?
Magic.
Ain't that something? Where you from? Not often we see fellas what with horns.
Zerai will sort of step forward, weapons out but lower, and he'll be like, "We were sent here not by our own choosing. Could you have to direct us towards a city, town, somewhere where we may rest our weary bones?" And he's trying to be a little bit more persuasive than that.
Yeah, make a persuasion check.
16.
Yeah, 16. He kind of nods and he takes a step forward across the fallen tree. Well, of course I can. And he points up at the cliff, and then he points at the road. And he says, if you follow that, wrap around, keep on the road, you'll find yourself at Grimwarren. Grimwarren Castle, Grimwarren Castle Town, they're the same thing.
Thank you, kindly.
Of course. Now, I've given you a bit of information. I wonder if there's something that you all might be able to do for me.
Zerai will raise an eyebrow but stay quiet.
And?
Like what?
Now, I don't know where you all are from, but here on the island, we take most forms of currency. And you see, he reaches out his other hand and scratches at sort of the, just the jaw of his face. I hate to be a pain, but it's hard to come by funds living in a swamp.
So why are you living in a swamp?
It's hard to come by funds, but most people who happen to have misplaced funds don't come looking for you when you live in a swamp. If you catch my meaning.
He's got a good point. I would not come here for anybody.
I would. It's not a bad place.
Oh, it's not a bad place. It's a lovely place. I'm a fan of the local flora and fauna.
Does any of the flora and fauna look familiar to me?
So there would be some similarities. Like there are, the tree that pokes up. I do not know what type of trees grow in swamps, but if you've ever been to a swamp, this is probably a tree that you would have seen. You don't see many animals as of yet.
Cardinal kind of lean forward a little bit. Go. What is fauna?
Plants. I'm sorry, animals.
Then say animals.
Right. I'm quite a fan of flora and animals. Now, if you wouldn't mind, we are running a little low on change. So perhaps if you could spare just I don't know, 100 gold?
100 gold for information on the direction of a town?
Well, yes. And maybe I've misspoken. Safe conduct to the town.
Are you attempting to rob us?
No. I am simply attempting to exchange my service for your goods.
Zariah laughs. He is good, this one. It is clever ploy.
Because the other thing about a swamp, and this is important, mind, most people don't come by, so there's really nobody to help folk who don't quite know how to get out.
But
Take road.
You've already told us.
Not everybody who's in a swamp needs to get out.
I need
You
out.
raise a good point.
I need to get out.
Well, it's your choice. You're three able-bodied fellas. Perhaps you don't have the gold. Maybe there's something you could do.
Zariah will like hold up a finger, like, one moment. We will talk about it. Yes.
Oh, of course. And
he'll
step back to
and he'll
pretend
turn-
like you won't listen.
yeah, of course. He'll turn to the others. He's like, gentlemen, I firstly don't have anything. Secondly, I don't like threats.
I'm in complete agreement. I actually don't know if I have anything. Let me check my pockets. Oh, I have a few coin, but not what he's looking for.
Yeah, he tinks his sword against his armor and says, I have what I have.
Seems our hands are tied here then.
Are they? He seems like he's just a brigand.
Well, I mean, we're not stuck, but we don't really have any options, do we?
I say we push him in the water and run.
Oh, we don't need to drown anybody. I could just make the tree sort of wrap around him and hold him in place while we walk right around.
Zarai's gonna like look over his shoulder at the guy he knows is listening to this conversation, and turn to, well, gentlemen, it seems not. And I'm going to aim the crossbow at him, but not fire.
Oh, looks like you made a choice. Well, you make a good argument. Perhaps 30 gold instead.
I think maybe smart decision is that you step aside.
Make an intimidation check with advantage because the person this guy perceives as your companion currently has a bead on him.
Well, that is not. Oh, there we go. The higher dice. That's actually 21. There you go.
You know what? I'm feeling generous. How about instead, I tell you, if you just stick to this little patch, and he indicates to the patch of greenery that he's on. If you just stick on this, you'll notice that there's a few spots in the mud and the water that are a little bit thinner, and most of those spots you can walk on, and you won't wake anything up. Hey, let's make our way. And the two of them turn and they walk due south.
Well, that turns better than expected. Very well done. And he sort of pats, sorry, is it, my bad, Corduk on the back.
It seems like people here are the same as people everywhere.
As it
Yes,
seems.
Maybe so.
Zerai will sheath his longsword, but keep the crossbow in hand for now, and just sort of let's be cautious, shall we?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's continue.
All right, and if you go cautiously, I think, Arian, you're probably the most familiar with the swamp.
Yeah.
If you take the lead, make a nature check with advantage.
Oh, natural 20.
Oh, nice. All right.
Easy.
Arian, you're like, you know what? There's a few of these fish that I can see through the more watery parts of this mud. They look a little different, but you've seen one swamp, you've seen them all, and you manage to lead them through the more shallow bits of mud where you can see there are actually like kind of natural dams of like some rock that seem to be able to cross. And so you make it out of the swamp. Congratulations, you've crossed the first hurdle. So you all are right here, essentially. There is a little bit of this thin grassland. And you can see there is this larger cliff, but you recall his words about this castle town. But as you make it out, you can see this vague tree line in the distance, and you can see a bit of smoke. And the more discerning of you note that there is a small hut inside of this very thin little bit of woods. But if you follow the road, you could be at this city in who knows how long.
I think we should follow the road to the smoke. I would hate to think of a forest fire bringing down the forest.
Zerai would look over to it. Are we sure we want to trust more locals?
Who can we trust? We only know each other, and we don't even know each other.
You make a good point, but also you didn't threaten me in the first 30 seconds of meeting me either.
I know. I haven't had enough time yet. I'm only kidding.
Okay. We'll get along fine, don't you worry.
By the way,
Maybe-
I'm Arian.
What was that one?
By the
No,
way,
go ahead.
I'm Arian. What are your names?
I am Zerai. Nice to meet you, Arian.
Zerai.
And
Corduk.
Corduk.
I'll kind of give you like a head bow. Yes.
Corda.
Pleasure to meet you both in these unfortunate circumstances.
Yes. Hopefully we'll be home soon enough.
The road it is then.
Alrighty. Sounds like you all choose to follow Arian. He got you out of the swamp, so can't be a bad choice to go along that way. And you find yourself.
The picture is not supporting your words, Mr. DM. I'm sorry.
You find yourself. You pop out of existence. That weird multiverse magic takes you away. But you find yourself outside of a small snow-capped hut. There is smoke rising from a chimney sort of towards the center. And you notice as you approach that there are massive tracks that are similar to a bear, but bigger than... Well, I mean, frankly, I don't know how big the bears are in your all's world, but bigger than a natural bear.
Bigger than your average bear.
That's a big...
As long as they're not smarter, that's all that counts.
Zerai, on seeing the tracks, will attempt. It's fairly open ground here, so he's going to attempt to be lower to the ground and a bit more stealthy. And he's going to whisper a few words and cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Okay. You
So
feel...
he gets close to the ground and he scoops up some of the snow and it begins to stick to him and freeze on the top of his armor.
And while we're walking, I'm going to put on a ring from my pack, my ring of animal influence, just in case.
Sure.
Yeah, Kordok will just have he'll have his hands on both swords, but they're still sheathed, but he kind of has them clicked out a little bit just in case for an easier draw.
Gotcha. Yeah, you luckily whatever left these tracks doesn't seem to be too close by, and you're free to approach this hut if you choose.
Of course, whoever lives in the forest is probably a friend.
They at least know what is around.
This is true, but I'm going to let you go talk to them this time.
I am not able to move my token.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will fix that. There you go. Should be working.
It is now. Thank you. We'll start heading over. I'll get a little closer and I'll start looking carefully. Are there windows too, or just the door?
There aren't any windows. It seems very odd. It seems like basically the most simple construction it could be.
The smoke, does it smell like anything cooking or just like a fire?
It smells like some greens being roasted.
Ah. It smells like food.
I don't smell meat.
Yeah, you do not smell meat.
Meat isn't the only food.
At least it might mean they're not going to eat us.
And I'll knock on the door. Is it a curtain or is it an actual door or something?
There is an actual door. The door is the most complex piece, but to your eyes, just a very simple door.
I'll knock on it.
Sure.
And then back up a little bit.
And you hear, just a minute. Just a minute. And after about 58 seconds, somebody comes to the door and creaks it open.
Wait, did you say 58 seconds?
Yeah, 58 seconds, just under a minute.
Just about a minute, yeah.
And you see a small, wrinkled, sort of like a naturally tanned skin half-elf woman open the door. And she is in very simple brown clothes, and she has a very wrinkled face and thin white hair. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Arian, Kordok, Zerai. It's nice to see you.
Wait,
what?
Kordok had relaxed and taken a hand off one of his swords, but that ended.
Yeah, Zerai's not quite swords out yet, but he is hands on hilts. and how do you know my name?
Oh, it's it's just something. Well, it's just something I can do. Sorry, I forget that people don't like it. I don't get many visitors these days out here. I didn't think you all would be coming, today, so I didn't really prepare.
When did you think we were coming, and why?
I didn't know that you were coming until you knocked on the door, and then I knew it was. I've got. It's hard to explain.
Do better.
I'm trying. Sorry, I'm trying to think of it.
Zerai is just making notes, just eyeing the strange figure. Just
why don't you come in? That'll make it. You could be more comfortable. And she turns and she walks away. She
Zerai
walks
will
the long way to the oven.
So what do you do out here?
Oh, well, I brew things. I make things. I make charms. Protect people when they come by. Not very often, as I said. If people make contact with me, I can see a little bit of their past and a little bit of their future. That's the best way to explain it. So, you all coming here means that I know a little bit about you. It's very strange that you're here. You're not supposed to be here. This isn't.
Do you know where we're supposed to be?
Well, sure. And she points at each of you and says not just the world, but like the place that you make your home in that world.
And do you have a way of getting us back to those places?
Oh, no, not me. This is powerful stuff that got you here. I think your best bet is probably to find whoever brought you here and make them take you back.
And do you know who brought us here?
Well, I know who you saw when you first crossed through. That's Lord and Lady Dalkin. They're in charge up at Grimwarren Castle, so going there is probably your best bet.
What's the spelling on that name, sorry?
Dalkin. Dalkon.
Okay. Thank you.
And, well, I said I wasn't prepared, but I do have a little something. And she reaches down into the oven. No mitts, you notice. And then brings a pan of baked goods and sets it down on the table. And you see there are 4, like, scones, and they all look slightly different.
Zerai will slowly walk around the table.
Yeah. The same. Kordak hasn't had breakfast yet. He never made it to the guild hall.
I've got one with lemon. That's for you, Arya. One just with a little bit of brown sugar sprinkled on top. That's for you, Zerai. And then I don't personally eat meat, but I did put a little bit of ham in this one, Kordak.
Yep.
Zerai tentatively takes a few bites, but then will sit down.
Yeah, it is the best scone you've ever eaten.
I'll eat it. I'm immune to poison.
Yeah, he'll take a couple of sniffs of it and then just kind of shove the whole thing in his mouth all at once.
Yeah, it's a really good scone.
So what kind of spells did you put on these scones that you're going to be messing with us with now?
Sorry?
What?
I didn't do any spells.
Turns to Aryan with like half a scone hanging out of his mouth, like, whoa.
Yeah, Zerai just one finger like.
The only spell I cast on this was my old mother's recipe. I don't know what you think. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause any fright. I just like to make things for people when they're coming.
So do you know anything about Lady and Lord Dalkin that would assist us in getting back?
They don't like to give things to people who are coming. They like to take things. Often lives, took the life of the previous family, the Grimms, who kept the castle. So that should tell you a little something.
And that's the only way for us to get back that you know of.
I don't know of another one.
So Zerai obviously has been making notes this whole time, and he sort of slams his book down. He's like, "It would make sense though if did you hear what they said when they summoned us, that they would have to try again?
That we weren't champions.
Yes, I mean champions is such a funny word anyway, but maybe there is a chance we could hijack their next summoning, as it were."
They said it would be many hours until next one.
Sounds like you got a few hours.
Yes. Where is it? Where do you know how we can get there quickest?
Well, if you follow the road, the biggest trouble you're gonna have is getting inside of the castle, getting into the town. That's no trouble, but getting in through the castle. I have a friend in town, the wizard Alzabar. He's the only one who lives in a big tower. The only one whose house is probably clean. So if you step in and talk with him, you might be able to find a way in. I'm guessing he'll want something in return, though. He's not.
Zerai will raise an eyebrow and look to the table. You said there was 4 scones, no? Was the 4 scones, or did he eat one himself, or did she eat one herself? Sorry.
She has not eaten it yet, but she did not slide it on a plate to anybody.
Zerai is looking at it and be like, does he like scones, perhaps?
Oh, he does not eat my scones. He's refused them every time. I beg him for him, and he says it doesn't. He's not eating carbs.
I've heard about these diets. It's messy.
He says he wants to eat like his ancestors did before they started processing things, and I said I don't know what that means, and he just looked at me like I didn't know anything, and it was very insulting.
I do want to thank you for the scones, but we are pressed for time if we have to get there soon. You said you make potions. Would you be interested in selling or trading any potions for anything?
I think I would be, sure. I could make you potions. I could give you some charms that could protect you a little bit. All I'd like in return is a little bit of gold. I do need supplies from time to time. I do have to go into town to trade.
I have a little gold. Do the two of you have any?
Korduk will reach into his trousers and pull his pockets inside out.
Yeah, Zerai is coinless. He has a few. He has research notes that could be considered useful to the right person, but nothing of solid value.
So what would 5 gold pieces get us?
5 gold. I could give you a potion. Why not?
What kind of potion?
Oh, it would be a healing potion. Not a very strong one. They're expensive to make. I just, I don't like you all being out of place. I want you to get back home.
Do you have potions that would allow us to, say, levitate over a wall or anything?
Unfortunately, those aren't really my specialty. More things to do with not dying. That's more of my expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Well, any help is appreciated. If you are okay buying, but buy it for yourself, and if things get dire, you can use it, I suppose.
Could I get 2 of them for 10? Do you have enough?
She kind of narrows her eyes. Make a persuasion check.
14.
Out of, I don't know, respect for the way that things are naturally. How much do you have more than 10 gold? If you have more than 10 gold and you try to get 3 for 15, I'm going to be very cross.
10 will empty my pockets as badly as Core does.
All right. Yes, I can give you 2 for 2 for 10. And she walks over towards her. Like, you notice that she has a cabinet. And I didn't really properly explain her domicile. It is a lot larger inside than the outside made it look. Like you notice that it has like growing plants out of the ground, just seemingly coming up through floorboards. And then you notice like this crate is very cold, like there's frost over it, almost like it is used to preserve food. But she walks over to a cabinet and slides it open, and you can see that there are a ton of like small ingredients, like herbs from all over the world, that sort of thing.
Oh, nice.
Little bits and pieces. But she has... Sorry?
Are you a druid?
Oh, I'm a little bit of everything. And she flashes you a smile. And then she shakily reaches in, and you see she turns around and has 2 potions. They are a sort of fuchsia red, and you can see that floating in them there is what appears to be a mint leaf in each, and little pieces of kind of like raspberries, but they seem like just the little bits that you would pull off of a raspberry, but they seem kind of pointy. There are just like a few of those floating around in the liquid mixture. She brings them over and sets them down. And that's all I can do.
10 gold.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, go on.
And I'll give Zerai and Corda each one of them.
Zerai won't notice immediately. Since the bargaining has sort of been going on, he has been sort of flicking through his notes, and he is translating into common from whatever language his notes were written in, a potion that is sort of like a help for burns, and he'll slide it over with the 10 gold. I don't have much else, sorry.
Well, thank you. This is a bit of a blind spot for me. I'm very good at, frostbite because it's very cold around here. I can help with that, but not real burn bite. Thank you. And you see she slides that into like a pocket on her sort of tunic, and she says, "Well, I'd love to help you a bit more, but let me show you out. You did say you were pressed for time."
Zerai will then pick up the potion and be like, Arian, are you sure he's looking towards the armor and the weaponry. I seem more armored than you. Are you sure you don't need this?
I have a potion of my own. I'd rather you each have one also.
All right. Zerai, at this point, you actually feel even better as you feel that something comes from your world. There's just this familiar surge of arcane energy, and you feel like you have 5 temporary hit points.
Nice. He feels the one feeling, and he remembers his home and why he's doing all this in the first place.
So you talking about who needs the potion most, you feel great.
Who knew being nice could feel this good?
I think there's a bear out there, by the way. There's some huge bear tracks. Are you safe in here?
Oh, Alan? He's a friend.
Oh, Alan. Nice.
That's not his real name. That's what I call him. His name's hard to pronounce.
That is Big Bear to you?
Very big.
Oh. Kind of gives it a little bit of shrug. Starts to walk, follow her out.
Thank you,
So
for
I
your
will,
hospitality.
so I will follow. Yes, thank you.
It's nice to meet you all. I hope you make it back. And she closes her door.
What a weird but nice lady.
Yes, very weird. And
Oh, sorry, wrong map. I assume you all are having this conversation as you walk.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So as we walk a little bit, I'll lean over to Arian, and I say, there are men in guild that have books and plants. I think you like them.
what guild?
Hunter Guild.
Oh,
We
yeah.
take care of the beasts.
Excellent. I like them already, although I'm not sure I love the name.
Oh, we don't kill all the beasts. Only some.
Yes. You have to.
But yes, tiny one Nell, I think you would like. You remind me of her.
Maybe one day I'll meet her. Maybe today.
Zerai suddenly comes of the realization that there's no guarantee when they jump through this portal he's going back to his world. I hope not. No offense, but I'd quite like you to go home first.
We've only been here a short time. You're already homesick? You never leave home?
Well, no, actually, I've been trying to leave for a very long time, just not like this.
You succeeded. Wait a minute, did you do this to us?
No, my destination was much colder than this, let's say.
Oh, well, I'm glad we didn't end up there.
Yeah, as Zerai says that, and Arian replies with that, a cool wind crosses your back, and everybody who's not armored up in ice feels a little bit colder.
Yeah.
But by this point, you have wound your way up the cliffside path, and you can see the gates to a massive wall of black stone in the distance to your north. And then there is a small, what looks like it used to be a house off to the side, and you can hear the clip-clop of hooves as you approach.
Zerai is going to hood up at this point, just to sort of keep the horns and some of the features hidden. As a note for the spell, has it been an hour of travel? Have we been traveling for about an hour?
Not an hour, 30 minutes.
Okay, cool. So the ice armor of Agathis will run out in another half an hour.
Do any of you have a rope?
Yes, I have rope.
Shake his head.
We can get over the wall. If you have a rope, I can get you over the wall.
It depends on what the issue is. If it is a simple guard problem, I might be able to deal with that for us.
I meant getting over the wall. I can climb over the wall and carry the end of the rope.
How tall does the wall look? As I asked that, how tall is the wall? As we try and look, I know it's at a distance here. So.
Yeah, the outer wall, because you can see that there are two. The outer wall looks like it is about 15 feet up. The one beyond that looks like it is like 30 feet high. So from looking at it, you can intuit that there is probably the castle town that you can get into that the woman you spoke to in her hut said you could get in no problem. That bigger wall is the one that could be trouble. That's the one that you might have to climb 30 feet to drop a rope.
And looking at it, how is it like very nicely made? Is it smooth? Is it speckled with bits of how well maintained do the walls look?
The outer wall looks a lot less well maintained. The inner wall looks pristine from what you can make out from this distance, and it actually seems like it kind of flares out as you go up.
It could be possible, but I think we should get closer and see what the defenses are like. I do not fancy a fall from that height should they see us.
Let's inspect.
I can agree.
Okay, and so you all are walking across the road here.
Yep. I'll step aside to let the horse go by.
Sure,
Yeah.
and you see there is a moderately well-dressed man leading a cart with what appears to maybe be a hearse that he is pulling along.
Zerai will try and get a bit of a closer look at. He's looking for sort of any like signs of officialness, if that makes sense, like a badge or a plume or.
Sure, nothing like that. It does seem like he is wearing like what you can recognize as colors of a house. Looks like violet and a sort of like deep wine red. He has this sort of streak to like like pinned to his coat. He has like this ribbon thing.
Okay. Won't pay them too much attention.
Sure. And he and the horse disappear.
As we're sort of passing by this, does this look like properly ruined, like roof caved in, sort of old, or is it sort of newly destroyed looking?
Looks like whatever was here, it got destroyed a long time ago. Like there is just a singular like corner of a house left, and you do see smoke piling over, and you can see there are some people huddled around a fire as you get to like around here in your trip. But it looks like whatever this was, it is very old.
So it's not like a war-torn area. It's just kind of fallen from age. and disrepair.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was like torn down. Just seemed like some fell. Didn't work out.
Maybe we should warm ourselves by the fire and hear from the locals about what happens here.
That might be a good idea. Let's. I'm going to hang back a little bit and watch.
I'll give him a sideways glance.
Zarai's just going to move to here, and he'll be leaning sort of against the rubble. But due to his tiefling nature, he doesn't actually feel the cold, so he's perfectly happy over here watching.
Gotcha. When you all sort of poke around, you see there is a older man, a older woman, a young girl, probably like 6 years old, and then a boy who looks like he is on the cusp of being a teen. Looks like a preteen, 12 years old about.
Hail, friends.
Hail, traveler.
May we warm by your fire for a few moments?
Of course, there's always room.
And you notice subtly the mother and father kind of reposition the children to be further away from you all.
Yeah, Kordak will gladly go by the fire. He's used to much more warm conditions than this. Much warm.
Thank you. The road is cold tonight.
Yes.
You all seem out of place. If you
In
don't
what
mind.
He sort of looks at Kordak and he says,
I mean no offense, sir, but I don't quite know what you are.
I have been called Hobgoblin.
right. And then he just
I am Kordak.
It is good to meet you, sir.
and he looks back at you, Arian, and says,
We don't get any of those here.
Well, that's too bad. He seems very friendly.
You do. It's simply strange to see someone so unique. Is all.
So, what do you get commonly around here?
Humans and elves.
That's
there
it.
Yes, there were dwarves on the island, but they left a long time ago.
That's too bad.
When invaders come from Yorn, we see orcs and Goliaths with their humans, such as ourselves. But I meant no offense.
So, what can you tell us about the castle up yonder?
It is a terrible place. Lord and Lady Dalkon do not have much time for the common folk. They will occasionally take prisoners for crimes that seem to change by the day, and those who are taken are never released. We ourselves are waiting outside of the city wall because my brother from down south said that he might have work and I might be able to relocate.
That sounds like you have a good plan for your near future. Our future includes us going into that castle rather than avoiding it. Do you know of any easy ways in?
I don't, but I do know someone who might. Brunhilde, she runs the refinery where I used to work. She bragged about, as a little girl, going inside and stealing something back when the castle was ruled by the Grimms. If you sought her out, she might be able to help. And I know that the wizard who lives in town has no love of the Dalkans.
The wizard Alzabar?
Oh, yes.
As the conversation is going on, Zerai is looking the group over. Do they, like you say, they've got children with them and such? Do they look like massively underfed and such, or is it just?
Underfed, but not massively so. They're probably rationing their food here.
Yeah,
Zerai would.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Zerai will sort of head over slowly, sort of ignoring the adults in the conversation, and to one of the children, he'll offer out one of his rations. But if any of the other two look at him, he will instantly storm back over to where he was and act like he's not interested anymore.
Yeah, the daughter comes over and takes it and nibbles on it. The son did not seem to notice because he is staring at Corduk's swords.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, Corduk will actually he'll pull out this little kit, has a little wooden box with some thread and yarn in it, and he'll just kind of start working on a little something. Keep himself busy.
So where could we find this wizard Alzabar?
Once you get inside, there is a tower that seems taller the closer you get to it. Once inside, you'll be able to see it. It will appear to be taller than the walls. You'll notice it. It's the only building of its construction. The rest all look fairly similar. They were built around the same time. His tower is. He moved to town, and one day it simply appeared.
And Brunhilde's brewery is where?
The refinery. It's close to the inner wall where the castle is.
Well, I think we've warmed up for the most part, and we'd like to continue on and make as much as we can of the sunlight. So,
Right.
thank you for the warmth and enjoy the food that my friend Zerai supplied your children.
When you say that, the mother whips her head around and sees her daughter eating, and she kind of like goes, I'm terribly sorry. Here, and she goes over and rifles into a pack and pulls out a piece of bread that looks a few days old. Brings over. It's like half of a loaf, and she tries to press it into your hands, Arian.
No.
No, we have enough food. We do not need to take it from other folk who need to eat as well.
It's cold, and you have a long road.
Zerai is sort of again. He's still trying to act like he's not interested, but he's like, "We will be home very soon. I do not need it. I have spare."
Fine.
But thank you.
She nods and she looks at you, Zerai, and says, "Thank you."
Do they seem as though
Do
they
not
have
mention
any? Do they seem as though they have any protection on them at all?
You do notice that there is a hatchet over here.
Oh, okay, that's it then. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. He'll kind of pack up his little kit, stick it into a little pouch in his back, and then he'll it's tiny. It's probably only maybe a couple inches tall, but it's a little doll that he'll kind of gesture to the little girl.
She goes, and she comes over and takes it.
There you go.
Wow, there's more to you than meets the eye. Hobgoblin seamstress. What's the non-sexual term for that?
Seam
In
worker.
Seamer.
in my home, in my tribe, I was the weaver, but my children like toys.
Very nice.
The father looks back and says, "Mine as well. Thank you."
And he'll then reach back again into the little pouch and pull out. It's like a little carving knife, maybe only like 4 or so inches from tip to hilt. But he'll hand that to the boy.
Yeah, the boy starts to move forward, and the mom just takes it out of your hand.
May Allah keep you well fed.
I thank you. He, perhaps in a few years, he can try.
What?
My son, when he's little girl's size, learn to use that.
Well,
Maybe he do too.
Maybe he can learn to use it, but not keep it. Practice, but not keep it. Thank you. And the boy, looking dejected, goes back and sits down.
Zerai will look over his shoulder like, if you two have finished being sentimental, we are on a time frame.
Let's go.
Sucks up
I
a
agree.
few seconds worth of heat and then
And you all come to a massive gate, guarded by 4 extremely well armored for a town that doesn't seem to be that big now that you're that close. They are very well armored in this like harsh gray plate with a lot of bits that could, turn a blade across it. They see you all approaching, and one of them goes, "All right, do you all need to come inside?"
We do.
"All right, it's 5 silver to come inside."
Zerai will let out a little bit of exacerbated this place. And then he'll step forward. Gentlemen, come now. We are on important business for the wizard. Would you keep us here at this gate?
A wizard is the enemy of Lord Tolkien. So if you are here for business with him, I do not have a reason to let you inside. Unless...
Why would you let such a person live in your city if you do not like him so?
He doesn't let any of us closer to the tower. And he walks forward, and you see that, just like the little boy at the fire, he is looking at Corduk's sword. I suppose we could let you in for something of equal value to 5 silver or a little bit more.
How about this sword? And he pulls out his long sword and presents it hilt first. It looks very nice. It's not doesn't seem magical in any way, but it's very nicely made.
Yeah, he walks up and he takes it and he swings it, and you can see that he actually knows a little bit about swordplay. And he goes, "This is nice. Yeah, all right. Can I have the sheath?"
Yes, of course. He hands over the sheath. He's before he hands over the sheath, he'll be like, "Now, this sword is the payment for all of us, yes?"
Oh, of course. It's a nice sword. Thank you.
You be careful with that. It has a mind of its own.
He kind of like looks over his shoulder as he's walking back, like, "I'm afraid." And then he's like, "Oh, but my boys are watching." So he gets back to the.
When Zorai sees the look, he's gonna sort of give him a look back. He's trying to give a knowing look, and he'll just be like, "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine."
He seems convinced, and he goes and he knocks against the gate, and you see it slowly begin to open. And inside, you see that the natural warmth of the town keeps the snow not quite as dangerous, but there does seem to be some like ice against the windows of some of the buildings and such. But you are free to enter.
Just so you are aware, in the he won't hide this from the group. Once we are 5 minutes, maybe even less from the gate, he will summon the sword back to his hand. That's my
Okay, and you all are inside of Grimwarren Castletown. The architecture is very Gothic. Very, very muted colors. There's no extravagance towards the buildings that seem to be built for more than one person to use them. A few of the houses have a little bit of, a very small floating buttress, not quite a flying buttress, but you see there are a lot of sharp edges seem to be a big part of this this town. And there are a few people scattered about the streets and a few soldiers, and I am going to show you, just like with the map to get you to the city, here is a, not quite to scale, especially because you all now look like you are massive. Here is sort of what you're looking at for the city.
Okay.
And so we'll let you all decide where to go. It doesn't seem like anybody wants to speak to these newcomers. No one, a couple eyes find you, but quickly dart down. And you notice there is a singular road. The rest of the town is like a sort of cobbled together system of, we're not walking on dirt here, but it is not maintained like the road that leads you to the castle, which you see is straight ahead.
We should find the refinery first.
Are we? The refinery seemed the way in. Are we just confirming this, or are we going? Do we plan to see the wizard at all, or shall we?
No, I want to see the wizard for sure. Okay, then let's go to the tower first. I'm fine with that. I'd like to confirm that we have a way in with the refinery.
That is true. Can from where we are near the start of the walls, are either of the refinery or the tower obvious from where we're standing?
Yes. So you see in the distance, just past a few houses, one larger building, you can see that there is a building that is almost as tall as the inner wall, not quite tall enough that you could jump onto the sort of flaring wall or anything from the roof, at least from where you can see. And there are like 5 smokestacks that seem to be pumping a constant stream of black smoke up that mixes with the snow and seemingly melts a little bit of it before it can fall to the walls. That is, you intuit, the refinery, a brown roof instead of the black roof that a lot of the buildings seem to have. And then the tower is a massive building that seems to be made out of like marble, and then like what would be the next floor is like ivory, and those two like seem to go back and forth. And it looks like, it looks a lot fancier and a lot more inviting than most of the other buildings that you can see in town. And it is capped with a sort of like flower image carved out of stone.
So Zerai will look over that way and be like, I'm only guessing, but it seems they're in the same similar direction anyway. Before we head further in, Korduk, do you have a cloak of any kind?
And he'll kind of look around. Yes. I usually do not need warmth.
Yes, it's just that's the second group of people to react slightly, shall we say, hesitantly towards your visage. I'm used to it myself, but
I do get it a lot too. I'm used to it.
Okay, as long as you are aware of what your image can do.
Yes, many not used to it.
No worries. Shall we head on then?
Yeah, and now that you all have discussed the the shock that people might have, so would you like to go to the tower or the refinery first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if we head in that general direction, keeping an eye out, like if one grabs Zarai's attention first, that's probably where he'll deviate. At the moment, he's most interested in the tower because magic, and he likes magic. So,
sure.
If the refinery isn't hip and happening, he ain't going.
I will say that the refinery seems to be where most of the warmth comes in town. I don't know if Korduk, that might influence you.
Yeah, if we're walking that general direction, and then he feels the glow of warmth coming from there, he might find himself subconsciously drifting more towards that direction.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess Arian, you are the deciding choice for where is visited first.
There'll be warmth in the tower too. Why don't we go to the tower?
Okay. So you all go over to the tower, and like the father said outside, the tower seems to get taller the closer you get to it. So that by the time that you are just, you are in its shadow, it seems like it is taller than either of the walls, taller even than the castle. But there is a large, there's no door, but there is a door knocker on the side.
My general rule is I don't touch wizards' doors.
I'll knock on it. I'll use the knocker.
Yeah, and when you do the door knocker is in like a dog's snout.
Oh,
like
wait a minute.
It's metal, but it is like jutting out of the stone. And when you knock the third time, the ring like falls out of the mouth, and you hear, "Just a minute, old boy," from the flapping jaw of the dog, the iron snout.
Oh, Korduk will absolutely jump back at that.
And Zerai does the opposite and is getting so close to inspect how. And again, the notebook is out. Like he's muttering to himself, "The dog talks on the door. The wizards are crazy
And in 57 seconds this time,
They're getting faster.
They're getting faster. That's good.
They are. They're getting better.
opens inward, and you feel a great rush of warmth as you enter a building that seems to have a hardwood floor with wallpaper over it, like the floor has wallpaper. And you can see standing on an extravagant rug, there is in a deep blue robe with a long gray beard and a blue pointed cap, there is a gentleman who smiles at you as you enter. Hello there. You're not, you aren't with the lord or lady of this castle. I could feel that as you approached. What brings you to my door there, fellows?
Rubbing his arms to get the warmth back into him. The lord and lady bring us here.
Oh.
Wait.
I've lost my touch. I thought that you weren't with them. Well, I would like it if you would leave.
Oh, no, not to panic. We did not choose to be brought here. It was very against our will. They're not nice people from what I've gathered so far.
They certainly are not. Perhaps it would be... All right, fine. Come closer inside. Would you like coffee? Straight from the Wester Isles, coffee?
Yes.
Very well.
No, thank you.
All right, one for coffee.
Have
Sir?
you ever had coffee?
I don't know coffee.
It's brewed from a bean, and it's a little bitter, but a little wonderful at the same time.
You must try it. It's the primary export of Wester Isles. It's delicious.
Kind of nodded his head a little bit. Coffee.
And he walks over to the fireplace. As you observe, you notice that this is a sparsely decorated floor. He has a singular bookshelf, a small table that seems like it's probably for receiving guests. This fireplace, 2 chairs. He has a small, looks like a toy, like a children's little cart. Then he has a large blank canvas propped up on an easel, some painting supplies. And then what you didn't notice when you first entered, there is about the size of a large dog, a horse just moving around.
Oh. I will head towards the horse.
Sure. Make an animal handling check as the horse approaches you, not quite sure what to do.
15.
15, okay. The horse walks up to you and starts sniffing at your hand. You notice, not a pony. This is, everything about the appearance is a fully grown horse, just much smaller.
Is this a what happened to your horse? It hasn't grown properly.
Oh, no, old chap, I've simply shrunk him. It's what I do. It's the primary magic that I'm interested in.
You're a professional shrinker.
And grower. I like to do both. Because quite simply, most people in my profession, and he points at his pointed wizard hat as he says it, aren't quite interested in assisting the common people. And, quite frankly, I grow a piece of corn and it's big enough to feed everyone. I think, that's a good use of my time. Now, provided perhaps that doesn't work. Instead, I simply shrink all of the people. They eat a normal-sized ear of corn, you understand. And then, the same thing is accomplished. Whichever one works is good enough for me. Here you go, old fella. And he hands you a thick, basically like a clay mug Korduck.
So, have you considered making all the people much, much larger? then they could just climb into the castle and take it apart, couldn't they?
Oh, that would be quite difficult. I am constrained to my tower, so can't leave.
Wait, what? What? Why? Zarai's looking at him for the first time, like from the rest of the room. He is like resisting the urge to tear apart that bookshelf. Why you can do all this? Why can't you leave?
Well, we have some difficulty presented. I was the official wizard for Lord Grimm, who held the castle before the Darkans moved in. Unfortunately for myself and for the people of this town, the Darkans managed a hostile takeover, and I was unhappy, and I said a few things, and I might have cast a few spells. And Lord Darkan himself is a powerful mage, and he currently has a curse, a spell on me that doesn't allow me to leave my tower.
Unfortunate.
Yes, I've thought about what if I could get so small that I could just sneak on out, but that hasn't even worked.
Well,
So go on.
as to the Lord, you said Lord Dalkin is a accomplished magic user, yes?
Indeed.
We seem to have been the unfortunate subjects of one of his spells.
Some kind of a summon spell or something.
Ah, that
He
is
is looking for champion.
Ah, son of a bitch. Right. That is unfortunate. I certainly hope that he does not succeed.
Well, he failed the first time, hence us. We have assumed that we need to get back to him before the next casting.
Certainly, because we are running out of time for the ritual to even work. I didn't realize. Is it winter?
Yes.
Gloomily, Corducula. Yes.
You have to forgive me. I don't have a window. I didn't put one in before I was stuck here, and I can't put one in now. It's very frustrating. All right.
Have you tried leaving via a familiar?
Wasn't the first thing that I tried. Was the second thing that I tried. Right. Yes. So there is a belief that on one specific day of the year, that you would be able to, with a powerful enough wizard at the helm and a powerful enough warrior of the blade, that you could summon the champion who founded Talsabor Isle. And that anyone who summoned him would have him bound to their will, and with him at your side, you would be able to declare yourself ruler. And since there is war on our horizon, many folk would like to be in the very profitable position of king or queen.
Understandable.
So I would prefer you gents going home to the champion being brought here and in the hands of Lord and Lady Dalkin.
So is there anything you could do to assist us in both getting there, and from what we hear, we may end up having to battle our way out or battle them to do so, that we could use in eliminating them if that's to be the only way?
I think I would.
And then you would be free.
Yes, well, if I was going to send you inside, I would have a favor that I would like you to do. Because I am aware of how I am bound, and it's very unfortunate. But I would have an item that I could give you, and then I have a way for you to enter.
And am I correct in assuming you would like us to unbind you?
That is correct. Inside of Lord Dalkin's study, there is a harp that, if it were broken, I would be allowed to leave. But it currently plays a song that weaves a arcane melody that binds me inside.
So Zerai is nodding, but he's sort of scanning the wizard for any signs of falsehoods or is this trap is what I'm looking for.
Make an insight check.
As he does that, Korduk takes a sip of the coffee and his nose kind of wrinkles when it hits his tongue.
Oh, do you take sugar, old boy?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, all right. Let me get you some. And he takes a little thing.
That's a 14 on my insight.
I think Korduk seems like a 4-lump person.
I think you're right. And he gets 4 lumps of sugar and just dumps them right into your coffee before.
I'll lean over to Arya and be like, what is sugar?
Oh. It's what makes the world worth living in.
That's right. That's certainly how I feel. Well, I have. Let me go. Be right back. And you just see all of a sudden his body is like covered in mist that like starts at his feet, and he is right next to his stairs. And you just he's just gone, and he appears right next to his stairs, and he just sprints up them.
So does Zerai believe that he is being forthcoming so far?
Yeah, with that 14, you intuit that he likely believes that what he's saying is true. He's not trying to pull a fast one on you, from what you can tell.
He gave us coffee and sugar.
So Zerai will turn to the other two and, well, at least this one isn't lying to us or trying to trick us, I don't think.
Unless he's very good at it, of course.
This is true, but I would probably have issues with the person who locked me inside a tower too, so enemy of my enemy and all that. At least for the moment, I think we can trust him.
And he has a pony. I mean, a horse.
Very confusing.
There is man in guild, team 3, who can poof like him. Not nice, but kind.
Right.
I trust him.
Hello, I've returned, so you can stop speaking about me. I have
Walls echo.
this tower is an expression of me. I have this wand, and he brings it up, and you see that carved onto the side there is a single like tally mark, sort of towards the tip, and then towards where you would grip it, like just above the handle. There is what looks like the vague outline of a person, and it seems like they are restrained. He says, this, if you are able to, and, if you happen upon them while they're doing the ritual, you would only get one chance, I think. But if you are able to restrain Lord Dalkin while his lackeys are working the more base parts of the ritual, I think you might be able to find a way to, jump through in place of the champion. Undo whatever it is that happened to do this to you. bring you here.
This would be very helpful.
Go back to your home. I assume you all are from, Hallandor?
If that makes you feel better.
It doesn't. I don't believe in trading one empire for another, thank you very much.
So, what would it take for us to prevent him from doing this again in the future?
Oh, well, we're not set for another day like this for a few hundred years. He's a powerful wizard, so he might make it then, but I mean, if you break me free, I'll go south and I'll return with, a bit of force behind me, if you understand.
Excellent.
But
Zerai,
how do we get home?
Well, I think if you can put a stop to him, he'll be handling the more important parts of the ritual. So if you can stop him, but the ritual carries on, you'll have a chance. There'll be a bit of a silvery, almost sheet of light that you'll see. It will be difficult.
Zerai sort of nods and turns to Korduk. I think there is a chance I might be able to hijack the ritual. I know a little about portals. If we can keep him busy, it might give me time to look.
Well, wonderful. And, if none of this works,
Kill him.
Yes, and I will admit that I'm familiar with the ritual. If you kill him, the ritual will continue. Even if you kill the lower wizards, you will have a chance to, as the ritual undoes itself, to make your way back to, I don't know, are you from Dasiro? You might be from Yorn, he says that to Korduk, but the two of you, I'm not quite as sure. But you can go back wherever you came from, and of course, if you break me free, which I would very much appreciate, I will be able to prevent it from happening ever again.
This sounds agreeable.
Korduk will nod in agreement.
Well, our time is definitely pressed. We heard that Brunhilde in the refinery has. Well, you said you have a way in.
Yes. I thought I've been able to get people quite small.
I don't know about this.
Shrink you all down, send you in.
Zerai is backing up a little
You'll
bit.
be able to escape notice, sneak under the gate, go under the door.
I don't want to be a small horse. I don't.
Oh no, you won't be a small horse. You'll be a little man.
Could you make
That
us
sounds
big enough
like-
that we could just kind of reach over and climb over the wall?
Not quite that big. You get taller than 24 feet, I find that the body doesn't quite hold up.
Zerai will look to the other two, and not to sound ungrateful, but I think we might be better trying, at least talking to Brunhilde first before we shrink ourselves. Getting stepped on would be a terrible inconvenience.
I agree.
Sure.
My team has half men. They're easy to pick up. Not very good in fight. Don't know getting small would help.
Well, it would only be for a period of time, so you would be able to pick yourselves up at full size in some time. But yeah, quite frankly, you all you all go and speak to Brunhilde. I literally have nowhere else to be, so I'll be here. Go ahead. I apologize for implying that a solution to your problem would be available to you.
Zerai is like, it's not you, it's us.
Right. Of course, no one likes magic that deals with science. Everybody wants to, throw fire from the sky. So it's fine. You all, please, continue.
I assume that Arian is the one that took the rod.
I assumed you had taken it. One of us took it.
Wait, nobody assumes that the hobgoblin dual-wielding longswords takes the wand? Come on.
I'm sorry for assuming. Zerai will does it matter which of us uses it?
As long as you can cast spells, that will be fine. You have to be able to. That's all.
Zerai just looks to Arian and shrugs. I can if you wish.
Take it.
And Zerai will take the wand.
Sure. You have a wand of paralysis with 4 charges left.
Perfect.
Well, please feel free to go and speak with Brunhilde. I don't know who that is, so have a pleasant chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kardak will kind of raise his mug, take one little sip, and his eyes will go wide. Like, I like sugar.
Oh, sugar's very nice. You know what? I'll if you happen to come back, I'll have a pouch ready to go with you.
Swig the rest of the coffee, place it on the mantle.
Zerai will be heading slowly towards the door, but trying to still get as much detail of this place as he can before he walks out. He's especially going to be like, as he passes through the doorway, like trying to look on both sides at the same time to try and determine how it's done. Taking as much time as possible before he finally leaves.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Goodbye.
Bye.
And as the door closes behind you, you hear the faint sound of a lock. Make an Arcana check to see if you glean anything, Zerai.
21.
It is a combination of abjuration and illusion magic. Seems to be.
He will make that note next to a little note in the bottom that says "castle?" ?
Okay. And then you all walk outside and you hear the faint sound of a lock. And when you turn back, you see that it is just stone with a dog's mouth holding a door knocker. You make your way to the refinery, and it doesn't seem like this is the type of place that you're going to want to knock on the door, because as you get closer, you can hear the sounds like things being kind of like crushed.
Zerai will mention to the other two, if Brunhilde is less than cooperative, I have a spell or two that might be able to push it in our favor, though she won't be very happy afterwards.
Okay.
Just in case.
So let's go in.
And then he'll head in.
Okay. You all enter, and you notice immediately what is creating that crushing noise, because you see people who seem to be walking between this massive table at the back, where you see these great big green rocks, like not gemstones, like large chunks of ore that are green, and carrying them to these large furnaces. But then when they chuck this rock inside, you see these machines just kind of like shake in place, and you hear what sounds like a hammer like hitting something over and over again. But each of the machines seem incredibly hot. Everybody who is walking between the table and their machine seem to be sweating profusely as they make their way. And at the center of the room, you just see someone watching and like making notes, presumably the forewoman.
that would probably be Brunhilde.
Kordak will lean over to Zerai and be like, she writes too.
Yes, I assume different things though.
Yeah, she's probably good with numbers.
I mean, if she knows portal magics, that would be faster solution.
Let's go
But
speak.
it is unlikely.
All right. So, not enough. That's what she is, whispering under her breath as you all walk forward. Hey, what do you want? Who are you? What are you doing here? Do you want a job? Are you looking for work?
We need a quiet word if possible.
Well, I can't leave the floor because if I do, everyone here is going to stop working because none of them care that this is the only place they can work in this town. And she says that looking at several of them very intently. So no, if you need to speak with me, you can speak to me here. What are you a buyer? Do you have a mine that you want to start having or pass through here? What do you want?
So we need to get to Castle.
What's he said? Zerai seems like uncomfortable for the first time since arriving. Not used to being told no.
All right. So you heard about that. Listen, I don't know what you've heard, but I have never snuck inside the castle. There is no way to sneak inside the castle. Certainly,
old lady in hut that is small on outside but very big inside.
What?
Tell us you do.
I don't know who that is.
Do you know of any ways not to sneak in that you'd like to not let us know about?
I would say that the best way to not sneak in is just that. Don't sneak in, because if the Dalkins find you, they'll hang you from the wall. That's what happened to the last person who tried to sneak in.
We're trying to get to the Dalkins.
I don't know what to tell you. I never snuck in.
How did you not sneak in last time?
Make a persuasion check.
10. No.
I am a good person. I like working for the Dalkins. I would never try to steal anything. I would never let anybody steal from them.
Well, of course not. You run a masterful sweatshop, quite literally almost.
Look, it's the only work that you can do here. So,
what is that you're putting in the furnaces, by the way?
it's Limlac.
It's what?
Limlac. You haven't heard of Limlac? I took you for somebody who casts spells. It's the best thing in all of Walharn to use in spells. You can use it in place of anything else. It's the best thing to use if you're going to be teleporting people.
You use many words that I don't know.
Zerai is now sort of almost drooling at the ore, and is going to sweep forward. And are the rest of the workers looking at me?
Not really. They seem like if I stop working, I'm going to get yelled at. I got to keep going.
So as he passes, he'll give a look to Arian, and he'll be like, "Brunhilde, do not remember me," and I'll cast Charm Person.
Of course I remember you. She says as she makes a saving throw. What's your DC?
DC 17.
She has just barely failed. Very close to knowing that you cast a spell on her when she didn't like you very much in the first place.
Yeah. So there's that awkward moment while I'm waiting to see whether the spell hold. I'm arms open, like, Brunhilde.
I push him forward. Quit awkwardly waiting. Go speak with your friend.
Of course I remember you. I don't remember your name, but
It's Zerai. Come on, Brunhilde. That time we went drinking. Oh,
Zerai,
you
Zerai.
did drink a lot that night. Maybe you forgot.
I must have been.
I whispered to Kordek. While he's talking, maybe you should get a few of those rocks.
And I'm going to say, Brunhilde, we must speak privately a moment. My associate here, Arian, is the foremost slave driver in all of the South. Arian, please keep them at work. And he gives he's not really paying attention, but he shouts out to the rest of the workers like, if my man sees you not working, you will be flogged. Work. And then sort of takes Brunhilde away towards the north if possible.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Kordok will look around and go, I work too, and start working. He'll start walking up to the big table.
I'll make a very gentle thunderclap sound. Get to work.
Make a performance check, Kordok.
Oh, I'm awesome. I have points in that. I promise I don't. That's an 8.
It's an 8. Like you, she's not looking, and no one else seems to mind that you are. You're currently the teen who doesn't really care about if the job gets done.
I'm probably bigger than all of them anyway. I can carry more stone.
That's true. They know that you don't know what you're doing, but you are getting a lot of rocks off that table.
Definitely getting the rocks off. Yeah.
And she is happy to go with you, Zerai. And by the table, it is a little bit quieter.
So I'll move up to the table, and you said there are some rocks actually on the table at this point as well, aren't there?
Yeah, and they are like basketball-sized rocks. And Kordok, you're very strong, but they are heavy.
For a moment, Zerai thinks about trying to pick one up, and then sees Kordok give it a good heft, and thinks twice about his weedy alarms. Now, Brunhilde, look, I've actually come to warn you.
Oh?
Well, you told me that story, and I may have overheard. Some of the guards know that you snuck into the castle.
Shit. Fuck.
It's fine. It's fine. I've got your back. Don't you worry, Brunhilde. All I need to know is how you got in, and I can cover it up. I can cover your tracks.
Right. Okay. If you go past the barracks, around the wall, there's a pipe that's big enough. If you crawl in it, you'll find yourself in the sewers below the city, below the castle. You go in there. There was some weird little things in there when I was a kid. I wouldn't want to see them again. But, you get around them.
Thank you for your help, Brunhilde, and I will sort this for you, I promise. Now, I suggest you stay here for the time being. They do not know your exact name at the moment, but they are looking into it. We will deal with it, don't you worry.
Sure. You know what might help? There's that you'll probably come out smelling pretty bad when you come through the sewer. So there's a guy in town. He can create these pellets that if you light them on fire, they'll cover up any smell.
Thank you, Brunhilde. That is wonderful information. Now this
I want to help you out so much. You're my best friend. Why would I not, be able to help you?
Exactly, Brunhilde. We will help each other out. You help me, and I help you. Now, like I said, stay out of sight of any of the guards. Do not leave your refinery, okay?
I won't. I mean, I don't sleep here, but I will tonight.
Yes, I suggest you do. It would be the best. And I'm going to sort of keep her talking, but also checking to make sure Arian and Kordok have gathered a few bits that we need.
Yeah, I think like it seems like part of the job is that when one of the rocks starts to get broken up, a few bits will kind of fly out of various parts that seem to be left open on the machines to let a little bit of the smoke out. So you actually can get like I think Corduck, you managed to get up like 6 of these little small limlac
Oh,
rocks.
yeah. I say when he took the big stones over to the machine and he throws them in callously and then tries to close the door. You know how like when you try to close a washing machine door too hard, it bounces back. So he just does that over and over and over again.
It's just the machine's
just,
just
like-
up and Corduck just slams.
Right. And then he just glares at the person next to him and goes, "Mrr," and then picks up some rocks off the ground and walks over to Arian.
Yeah, the guy next to you.
I think you have a future in this line of work.
So once I see that they've moved away, I'll be like, no time like the present, Brunhilde, no time like the present, and I will come back to tell you when it is safe.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
As I head back to them, I am going to sort of veer towards this machine just in terms of like making it look like interest, but I want to try and scoop up a few of these smaller cuts of rock and drop them in my pocket.
Sure. Make a sleight of hand check just to see how many you feel like you can get. Like I think you definitely you don't have any eyes on you, so you have a second to pick up some, but just to see how many you can get. you get 1.
Yeah.
It is much smaller than any of the chunks that Corduck has.
They're so shiny and I want them so bad, and none of them will stay in my hands.
Yeah, when
But
when Corduck makes it back over to Arian, he'll and Arian says that he has a future in it, he'll just kind of glower. They're like, Machine's mean. I don't like it.
Then you don't have a future in this. Good. There's better futures than this.
And then Zerai is coming over to them fairly quickly and whispers, "We should leave now."
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I imagine you like walk between us, hand on either of our back, like slowly guiding us towards the door.
Yeah, Zerai has been counting down the clock on when Brunhilde is going to turn into a very bitter woman.
But you all have more than enough time to exit the refinery.
So how did you know Brunhilde?
I don't. That is one of the things I can do. I make people believe we are friends, but only for a time. She will be very, very angry when she realizes.
So are we ready to head into the castle?
She spoke of covering up the smell, but I believe I have that covered. He will sort of click his fingers and cast prestidigitation just to sort of demonstrate I can make small puffs of smell and things like that. I think we could go straight there. There is a pipe and there is a pipe around the side of the barracks. Apparently, it will take us to the sewers. There are some creatures down there we must be wary of, and eventually under the castle. Where we will come out inside the castle, I do not know, but we will be inside.
What kind of creatures?
She did not say. She said she was a small child and they scared her a lot. That doesn't really mean much, as children get scared by almost anything.
Yes, probably just rats or something.
Let us hope. And he will start leading. Obviously, we can see the names of things. How obvious is the barracks as like are there like loads of soldiers hanging around it? And
yeah, you notice there's a spot where all of the in good shape but not like underfed young men are. They're all sort of standing around one building that is next to a old sort of rundown temple. So you feel like this is probably the barrack over here. Not in armor, but it seems like they're kind of killing time, those of them who aren't currently on watch.
He'll point in the direction we need to go, and shall we be extra safe and take the long route round?
Yes.
And he will attempt to sort of lead them. So we'll come round back towards the main gate and round this way, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So we don't walk past the bulk of them.
Yeah. You walk past the arboretum, and there are many a beautiful tree there.
Wait. I look in.
Yeah, and interestingly, you notice a number of trees that are not ones you're familiar with.
Oh. I'll examine them.
Oh, sure. Let me take you to the arboretum map. What every D&D adventure an arboretum map. And you enter. And it's not like there aren't many trees, but you notice like there are trees that look sort of like ones that you are familiar with. The most interesting of them is this one. It's a tree where the leaves look more like the buds of a flower. Like it is a tree that seems to have other plants growing on it, because as you get closer, you see that they're not all the same flower. They all do have the same color, which is a kind of peach color. And looking at it, you see that its branches are similar to like a bonsai tree, but the trunk looks like a redwood tree. It's not anything you've ever seen before.
Smell it, feel the plant, get my hands on it.
And you smell like it is a beautiful. It smells like smells very similar to those scones that you had in the in the hut.
Wow.
Very pleasant, and it feels very nice.
Kodok will lean over to Zerai. Does he know the tree?
Zerai will give like a "Are you for real?" look towards Kodok, and then when he realizes he is, no, I don't really get it myself, but I think he likes trees, like the strange man in the swamp, flower and fauna and all that.
Plant. Yes.
And you said there are flowers or berries or something. Flowers, I think, right?
Flowers, yeah.
I'll pick a bloom.
Sure. And the tree doesn't seem to be like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Oh, good. I'm gonna
Where are my apples?
I'm gonna put it in a little pouch and put it in my pocket, and then I'll go check another tree.
Sure. Yeah. This tree is like it's like an elm. This one, it's not very different. It's maybe like it seems as different as like a regional difference between trees. Like, oh, there's a American oak and a European oak, but it's comparable. I'd say Korduk, make a perception check.
Sure, I can do that. That is a 6.
Oh, 6. Okay.
Yes.
You don't notice anything.
I find him checking out the trees very odd, and I am fascinated by it.
Yeah. Arian, what tree did you go and look at? The second tree that you went to look
This
at?
one.
Gotcha. Yeah.
If he looks like he's heading for a third tree, Zerai is not saying anything but becoming increasingly impatient, and we'll wait to see if a fourth tree is coming.
You all hear a little bit of music coming from this direction. It seems like there's a small group of minstrels playing music, and you hear a little bit of like tinkering noises, but otherwise, none of you perceive anything of interest.
Start tapping his hands against the hilt of his sword. in an almost rhythmic pattern. Almost.
I'll check out the musicians real quick because it's next to a tree that I needed to look at.
Yeah. Excuse me. Can you move? You're in the way of a tree I want to look at.
They are playing. One of them has a horn. The other two, one of them has what seems it's kind of like an accordion, but it seems like there are just like 4 strings that are kind of being pulled and mashed together and seem to interact with hammers inside, almost like a very, very simple version of a piano, but of a push and pull mechanism. And then one of them has basically like a washboard, but it has like these sort of rings sewn into it so that when those are tapped, they make like a cymbal noise.
No jug?
No jug. Not a
No
jug.
mouth harp.
What kind of tree is this?
That tree, it's like a dogwood tree. So it doesn't smell very good, but it looks very pretty. It's got white leaves hanging off of thin branches. And when you get there, can you make that perception check?
Yeah. 24.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're a druid. You hear what sounds like a tiny explosion, and you look over and you see a guy laying on a blanket, and he just seems to be like mixing stuff together. Like he has little vials that he is just pouring into each other.
Zerai. Yeah, I'll call him as I'm heading over. Are you okay?
Zerai has incorrectly assumed that Arian is trying to show him the tree. For God's sake, I don't care about the leaves. I don't want to see the tree. It's very pretty. What is going on there? As I get closer, and I will say, Korduk, come over here a second.
Huh?
And I'll be keeping distance, but I'll be looking to see what's going on.
Yeah, you see seems to be like a middle-aged human man, turns around, sees all of you. His left eye twitches. You can see he looks like he hasn't gotten any sleep in a few days. What do you want? Do you want to look at these trees? Do I need to move? I can move.
Excuse me, what are you doing? I thought I heard a bang.
I make things. I make smoke stuff. Little pellets, little bombs.
Really?
You need something? I haven't sold anything in a while. He gives you a odd smile.
You make little pellets that make smoke, you said?
Yeah, smoke pellets. Make you sneak in, take stuff.
Sneak in where?
Houses.
How much smoke does it make?
Enough to hide you. Enough so they don't know where you're coming from. Throw it in somebody's house, they're gonna look around. They're gonna be like, "What's this? What's smokes?" And then you just keep going. You take something and you just dart away before they notice. I haven't done it. And he looks from each of you back and forth.
Korduk will shake his head and look at Zerai and be like, I don't know what he say. He talk very fast.
Something about smoke and stealing a house, I think.
I think he uses smoke to rob houses so that no one knows where it came from. And he's willing to part with some of these.
I don't rob anybody. I've never stolen. I just make stuff, and some people who steal stuff take it. That's what happens. I don't rob anybody.
We don't want to rob a house.
Good. I don't like it when I find out that people have used the stuff that I've made to do that.
I'd rather use it for good things.
That sounds good. I like to make explosives that can be used for good things.
So what would it take to get some of your explosives?
Do you have do you have
Before you get any further, I don't have any gold.
No, I know. I realized that none of you have any gold, so no obstacles can be based on money.
I can make you a scarf.
would it be a nice scarf?
Yes.
A pretty scarf?
If you want.
All right. You feel a little bit of. You feel like a little bit of cross-dimensional power come to you, and I need you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
Sure.
As you feel like one of the teams of the guild almost pushing you forward.
Thank God I got advantage because that's a 1.
Oh, no.
That's gonna be a 13 though.
All right. You bring me a scarf and bring it tomorrow, and I'll give you one each. One smoke, one stink, and one explosion.
And he rifles into his pack, and he brings out one like pellet with a wick, one little like it looks like a bowling ball with a wick, but it's very small, and then what looks like a small vial with this gross yellow brown liquid in it.
You have been very helpful.
You just remember Boris. Yeah, I give Boris his scarf.
Will you be here tomorrow, Boris?
I'm here every day.
Unless somebody comes and tells me to move, because then I'll move. Do you all need me to move?
Is it your arbor?
No. This is Queen Siluriel's arbory. Put it here 100 years ago, like it says on the sign. And he points at this sign up towards the northern part of the arboretum.
Oh.
Arian, you know this tree too? You want to talk to it?
I think I know the trees here well enough now.
Shall we go make that scarf?
Yes.
Thank you for the scarf.
Yes.
I get cold sometimes.
Me too. It's cold here.
All right. And he just gives you a big old smile.
With all 3 teeth.
Yeah. And if you all continue, go up towards the pipe now with your hunger for tree knowledge satiated. You can make it to the pipe that seemed to be discussed. It is about 6 foot diameter, this pipe. Very big. You notice it probably is not useful anymore. So that's probably why it's not connected to anything. It's just well, we have a better system now because of, advancements in our arcane supplemented technology. So we don't need it. But it is open, and it looks like there will be a little bit of a slide down if you go inside.
Yay.
Zorai takes a peek in and sniffs.
Doesn't smell good.
I hate these things.
All right. You want me to go first then? It's just a little dirt and slime and scum.
Zorai, you're not afraid of dirt, are you?
Not at all. I'm not. He is. I'm pretty sure.
Arian, you look dirty already. You fine.
It would be at this point you would notice on him that he isn't dirty at all. There is even though we've been traveling, he has been occasionally using prestidigitation to clean his clothes and his boots and his. I'm not afraid. I just don't like it. And he trepidatiously puts one foot into the sewer.
Oh, so you want to go
He'll-
first?
Cordok will reach down and grab some dirt off the bottom of the pipe. Be like, it's not bad, and like rub it on his face. See?
Zerai nearly vomits.
I like the hand pattern you've left on your face now.
Yeah, it looks. You know what? You have advantage on intimidation checks.
A disadvantage on hiding with anybody that has a nose.
But yes, Zerai will eventually get in. And how steep a slide are we talking? Is it like?
From what you can see, because the light doesn't go down very far. Although two of you got dark vision, so you can see it gets pretty steep.
Okay.
Should we use a rope?
I was going to say the same. I think it would be at least to connect us three together.
Wait, what? To do connect us? What if it's
We don't know how far down it goes or
So
where
if
it leads.
so? If the first one falls 100 feet to his death, the rest of us are pulled with him.
Good points. Well, I forget. I could teleport.
I don't.
Let's
Okay, yes.
I'll tie off a rope on. Can I tie off a rope on the end of the pipe here?
Oh yeah, there's a bit of
All right,
smaller.
Preferably on the inside of the pipe, so it's not obvious on the outside.
Yeah, I think you can manage that. Make a survival check.
12.
12. Okay. Yeah, you feel like it's fairly secure.
All
This
right.
rope, and it's fairly hidden.
Here goes nothing, and I'll start climbing down.
Okay.
In and
Do
down.
the other two of you follow?
Yeah,
I'll
Zerai
gesture
will,
for Zerai to go first.
Zerai will give him a thank you, and then pull his face and start climbing down.
I'll
Okay.
pat him on the back as he goes through with my dirty hand.
Okay.
There's just a shudder.
Well, when I go a few feet in, I realize how dark it gets, and I'll cast dark vision on myself.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
And as you all descend, can each of you cast?
No.
Or not each of you cast. Can each of you please? What's it called? Do the athletics check. That's what it's called. I've been a
thing.
dungeon master for a very long time.
Wow, this is not my favorite.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
Oh,
That's
okay,
28.
Okay.
I got
Alright.
Nat,
There you go.
a dirty
that's
20.
a nat 2019.
Okay.
Nice.
So each of you just are. It's like in an old movie. It's like in Batman when they pull themselves up with a rope, but they're actually just going sideways and the camera's tilted. You're just easily making your way up down this pipe, and I think we will reveal what happens at the bottom of this pipe after a quick 5-minute break. Is that all right with you all?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, then we're gonna, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, and you all in the chat, we'll be right back, and feel free to keep dropping a few things in.
Just not ancient poopies.
Please. Joining us, this is three people who, I guess it should be three false champions because, fortunately, one of our players was not feeling well and couldn't join us. But four false champions, a multiverse adventure where three characters played by other dungeon masters have been brought into this strange world to them and have to get back. They have just descended down a pipe to try to get into Grimwarren Castle. And luckily they went by rope, as it becomes quite steep the further in they go. But eventually, you find that you make it to an exit. You see a bit of faint light, and you slide out of the pipe that gets wider as you go down. And this is the largest map in the game. So we are a little bit to the right on the map.
Yeah.
But you all drop into a cavernous sewer. Seems to have been made a very, very long time ago. Seems like this architecture does not match with anything that you have seen above ground. Everything above ground is seems to have been built by the culture that still exists here. This seems like it was made by a culture that seemingly, for it to be so different, it must have been a really, really long time ago.
As soon as Uriah exits, he will draw his weapons and take a look around. Just so you know, I have 120 foot dark vision.
Sure.
Ooh. As soon as they get down, he will pull out his weaver's kit because he has to start making a scarf.
Later, we should hold off on the crafting.
Don't worry. Once I figure out their portals, you can send it to him.
Oh, okay, and he'll put it away.
You hear a very vague, like, rushing water. Sounds like it is it's beneath you. Like it is being pushed away from what you assume is the direction of the main part of the castle.
Was there a river running through the castle that we saw?
None that you saw? No.
Odd.
That is strange. Surely if there was water running through here, it would be running out of the pipe.
So what is it? What's in front of us? What do we see as far as like wall?
Yeah. So basically, there are the sewer seems to be about like 30 feet up. The walls seem to go 30 feet up. There's a lot of geometry going on the walls, like perfectly symmetrical arches spaced out so that each wall facing another wall is the same design. But the walls seem to be made out of concrete, like a sort of tan concrete. The floor, however, is seemingly natural limestone. So it is, you can walk across it fairly easily without any trouble, but it is a bit uneven.
There are pipes overhead that you can hear a little bit of like water going through. It seems like the pipes that you can see that seem to still be in use are much, much smaller than the one that you went through. If you had to guess, this one is very old and has been is now outperformed by newer things.
Head towards the water. I want to go where I hear it from the sound of the water.
Let's keep our eyes out to move cautiously. Yes.
Sure. Most of the water, it seems to be coming from on the map, it would be to the west. But it does look like the light that is being cast, even though all of you can see because of dark vision at this time, the light seems to be coming from the center of the room, which would take you through this opening. There's no doors. It's just a very large space, kind of.
Zerai will start moving over towards this left-hand wall. And you see the sound of rushing water is this side here.
Yes.
He's going to press his ear to the wall to see if it's inside the walls almost. Like he's trying to figure out why they would have rushing water.
Yeah, so I might have spoke a little too hyperbolically. It's not. It doesn't sound like rushing water. It doesn't sound like that. There is the sound of water moving.
Okay.
It's not it's not roaring. It sounds like someone has turned off the water, and now all of the water that they might have been using with some very simple type of plumbing is being taken away through the sewer.
Okay. I would like to start moving carefully, ducking down low, trying to use the shadows and hugging this wall as I move up.
Sure. Make a stealth check. Arian, it seems like you're doing the same, so if you want to make a stealth check as well. Yep. Korduk, both of them are creeping along. What's Korduk doing?
Korduk is not creeping along. He is walking cautiously, but he's walking probably a good, if this is somewhat to scale, then he is, a good 10 to 15 feet off of them.
Sure. And even though I'm trying to be stealthy, I'm actually walking like him. I rolled a 5 on my stealth.
And I rolled a 6, so we're all just walking.
Yeah, I think actually Korduk is currently the quietest.
Korduk is cautious, but he is aware of his size, so he's never tried to be a quiet person.
Yeah,
that was our plan all along. We're the distraction.
What are those two guys against the wall trying to do?
But you all do not hear any signs of life. You do hear like dripping water over here. Drip, drip, drip.
Well, keep heading towards it.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make it to this corner and sort of take over.
Let's peek around it rather than just run out. Never mind.
Yeah. Two of. I'm just gonna take he kind of steps out a little bit, but he doesn't go all the way past. He kind of goes enough so that he can see past the corner just a little bit.
Yeah, Zerai and Arian, you all do the Scooby Doo. One head pokes out slightly above it, and but behind you, Korduk just steps out. But not all the way, just leans more of his body out, basically. And you see that there appears to be a leak in one of the pipes. Unfortunate. There is a lot of water that is pooled in sort of a probably eroded part of the floor. So it has been able to kind of pile up. But you can see that there is another corner, another section that you could go into. There's another way that you could turn left. And then there is another way forward, and it looks like there is more water pooling around another corner. And you notice when you look around that there is there's like a dome on the ceiling, and it seems like there is light coming from inside of that. It's very dim.
I was going to ask. There you
go. A dome.
What sort of size dome?
Like a structural dome, or like
a dome that looks like it is glass, and there's something inside emanating light. So it is a structure that was put there, and it was carved into a dome. It is about it's only like 5 feet wide. So I mean, looking up at it, it looks very small. If you were up close to it, you'd see this. It's fairly big. It's just that this is a huge space, so it's not casting too much light.
Okay. If the lights are still on down here, does that mean there's still people down here, or is it just left over?
I don't know. I'm not used to places like this anyway.
I don't hear people.
So Zerai will sort of he'll look to Arian and Korduk and say, just watch the corridor a second. I will try to cross, and I'll start still thinking that I'm being fairly stealthy, making my way to. I want to just cross the gap, just to make sure have a bit of a further look down to the south, but to see if I provoke anything.
This is exactly what I was saying in Twitter earlier. We forget all the rules and do the dumb stuff where we send the mage out as the lead stealth.
When you're not thinking about all of the danger that exists, it's just like,
right?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, you know what? He seems to be really quiet, so
we send the skinniest guy. He's the quietest.
Right, exactly.
Basic maths.
And so you make it across, and I need you to make a perception check.
No worries. An 8.
Okay, an 8. You notice that there is a light that seems to be of a different kind coming from around this corner, this far corner.
Okay.
And then you also notice a bit of writing on this wall. It's very small. Seems like it was put here almost like graffiti. It's much lower than your natural eye is drawn to, and it is. I don't know what languages Zerai speaks.
So I speak Infernal, Common, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
Oh well, it is Dwarvish. And,
so I'll take a look.
Yeah, and what you see is the bastards are here. They bring with them a storm of snow. Nothing to do. Dwarves will never inhabit this island again.
So he'll take out his journal quickly and jot it down.
Really? You're writing notes?
He's forgotten where he is. That's an interesting note, man. Come on. And then he'll take a look. I don't see anything more to the south from a quick glance. So.
No, you do notice like there is just because you've gotten closer, it's more like it's in normal light for you because of your dark vision. You notice like there is a massive pipe that goes from the floor to the ceiling. Seems like that's probably a part of moving the water around.
Okay. So again, I will sneak back over, still thinking that I am stealthy as a ninja.
And I mean, to everyone's knowledge, you are.
Yeah, I'm impressed. You're very sneaky.
Thank you. So 2 things. There is another light, different in when you said different in nature, is it more like a different color? Is it more warm like fire?
It seems like it is not like a spell being cast to create light. It seems like it is like incidental light from something.
Okay. So there is light, almost like maybe a crack or something, creating light, not magically down at the far corner. Besides that, there was a strange note on the wall from some dwarves. Something about bastards bringing snowstorms and dwarves will never inhabit the island again. I don't know if it's important, but I wrote it down.
Maybe these bastards are why it's so cold here.
I thought the same, although it might be that, or it might mean something more literal, like that they attack with cold. But it seems all clear down to the south. We could progress forward if we're feeling it.
I'm feeling it. I don't want to stand here for too long. Let's move.
And we'll start moving. I am going to sort of hug this wall again.
Sure. You pad along. The dripping noise is a consistency. I think you all might incidentally end up like walking in rhythm with it. A little bit easier to feel quiet. That is actually the rhythm that it's dripping. This is very shallow water. Seems to be.
It's like a spill from a pipe, right?
Yeah. So like you would be able to walk across it if you wanted to.
Before we step near it, Zerai will take a look up to the north, and he's going to try and take a look at the water. He's still thinking about what Brunhilde said about creatures, scary creatures. So he is looking at the ceiling, trying to see for anything hiding. A bit worried about those sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, looking up at the ceiling, it seems like it's just that dome.
Okay.
Your perception check from earlier doesn't really net you anything new. But you do notice that down this hall, there's another one of those big pipes. Seems like this one is a little bit worn. Probably should be replaced soon, but doesn't seem like anything down here has been replaced all too recently.
Okay. And does the water seem? Does it seem like sewage water, or does it look clean?
It's sewage water. Yeah, it's a little bit of sludge.
Do you think we need to go up into another pipe to get higher into the castle? I think we may be in an enclosed waste area or something.
I do hope not. And that sort of he suddenly remembers, that they've just crawled down a sewer thing, and he will cast prestidigitation 3 times, cleaning. So he'll clean all of my clothes, all of Arian's clothes, and all of Cordut's clothes, and sort of give a puff of a nicer smell than sewer.
Corduk,
Orange.
you see this glow down here, and you feel sort of drawn to it. There's something warm about it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say.
Where?
Over here, this glow that comes from beyond this corner.
Yeah, Corduk will kind of point across the puddle, like, I think something over there feels warm, and he'll just start kind of walking across the water, not like in a Jesus way, but like
you're a Gene Kelly way.
yeah.
And
He'll hum a little tune as he does. If there's a lamppost, he'll spin around it.
There's a pipe.
Perfect. Yeah.
So you walk across, and Zerai, you notice a little bit more dwarvish graffiti.
Yeah, we both walk across without incident.
Yeah, I nothing happens.
Does the graffiti look the same?
It is different dwarvish words. It basically is. It says, "In case we do not make it out, but know that we fought valiantly and took 3 of the bastards with us for every dwarven life lost."
Okay. Zerai will. Yeah, it is. Zerai thinks for a moment about getting out his notebook, then realizes how far behind he is, and will sort of do the hop, skip, step to try and catch up to the group.
Sure. And when you look at it, you notice that there seems to be another turn down this way.
Okay.
You get here, Korduk, and you can see that there is deeper water here. And it seems to go and hit against a wall. But you notice that towards the bottom of this deeper portion of what looks like kind of a pool, because there is a slope down, you notice that there is a sword that glows.
Yeah, I'll start wading in.
Yeah. As you get closer, you see that it is it's like a short scimitar.
Yeah, all right.
Zurai's like, why are we going in? And he's gonna take like a point on the wall and be sort of like aiming his crossbow, just covering him.
Yeah. And so the sword is right about here.
All right. Yeah, we'll just start walking. About how deep does it start to get? He's not a great swimmer. I mean, he can doggy paddle, that's about it.
Yeah, it's at about the 8 feet point. 8 foot
Oh,
point.
all right. Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
no
he'll start
sword.
very, very genially treading water as best he can.
Yeah. And you make it over, and when you make contact with that sword, you feel really, really good. Like when you're, I think you're able to like kind of kick it up a little bit because you're a fighter. You're experienced with cool sword tricks. You manage to get it in your hand, and when you grab the hilt of it, you notice that there was no sheath. But once you have it, there is now this ornate jeweled scabbard that just appears around it. And you are able to fight back onto the into shallow ground.
I'll put it in my teeth.
Yeah.
Wait, so are you saying that the sword is only not in a scabbard when it's by itself, but when you pick it up, it suddenly is scabbarded and it can no longer be used?
Um,
I can still whack people with a scabbard.
we'll see. But you make it back to shore, and because you're from a different dimension, you don't have to take a short rest to kind of figure out what an object does.
Oh, okay.
Essentially, this is a +2 scimitar.
Ooh.
And so it does 1d6 slashing damage. But every time that you use it, it does an additional 1d4 radiant damage.
Whoa.
And it is, when you touch it, I think that you get a peek of Zerai's notes from that first dwarven graffiti that he saw. And you're like, oh, I know what that means. You speak and read Dwarvish. I don't know if you could, but
no, I most definitely could not.
Oh,
That's it.
that is interesting.
And you kind of can he unsheath it?
yeah, you pull it from its sheath, and when you do, you notice that it is glowing.
Yeah,
I just thought of a really funny, like that'd be a great
a great magic item to give.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You can't remove it from the sheath, but it also wants to be used.
Right, exactly. Yep.
But yeah, so
disadvantage on all attacks.
Zerai will look at it, and am I able to tell how does it look like it's made? Into obviously it's a different world, but does it remind me of any specific race or style that I recognize?
It doesn't look that different from a dwarven work from your world.
Okay.
Like it seems to be a dwarvish construction based on the people who you saw here. The dwarves who live here are probably from a very different part of the world. So this was probably like a colony that was found a long time ago, and then a different group of people came in and took it.
Yeah.
It's almost dwarven looking. The graffiti talks about the dwarves fighting again fighting some bastards, and 3 of them for every 1 dwarf. From what I mean, it could be exaggerated, but it would make. I do not know. I feel it, either the dwarves lived here first, or maybe they had took issue with the residents here. But there seems to have been a fight here.
Yes, a vastly outnumbered one.
Yes.
I don't like being down here. I think we need to find our way up into the castle proper.
I've seen one more turning.
Where? Lead the way. You're the stealthy one.
Yeah. Korduk will give the sword a quick little flourish and then sheath it. He doesn't want the light from the sword to give away any of our position.
Yeah, you sheath it and you make your way.
And I'll lead them down towards this corner.
Okay, and you make it around the corner and you see that there is less light as you go forward, but all of you can currently see, so it's not really a problem. You all continue and you make it into seemingly another chamber. In this one, you notice that you are presented with a door at a sort of diagonal wall that seems to cut through. But you notice that there is actually very interesting artwork across the walls in here. It seems less about geometry, and it is more like images of dwarves making deals with what you can recognize as Jinn. And then it shows a story of basically dwarves being shown some land across the sea. And you are now given the sort of tale of the founding of this island. It seems like that's sort of what this is presenting.
Does this seem in the similar... Is there any writing here, and does it seem to be similar to the writing that we saw in the tunnels?
There isn't like captioning, but you can tell that it was probably done by the same artisanal take. Was done on this.
So Zerai will be looking at the image of it was with the dwarves fighting with the Jinn.
No, it seems like they're like cutting a deal. Like the Jinn actually, like in the second image, is like showing them a vision of this island where there's no people, but like beautiful sweeping vistas.
So he points up at, well, do you guys know what this creature is? And he's pointing up to the Jinn.
That's
his head.
Jinn. A Jinn is a creature of the elements.
I have never seen a creature like this. And he does again flick out his little notepad quickly and jot down the word Jinn.
They're very powerful.
Interesting. And then he'll remember where he is and pay attention to his surroundings.
And they're and to match their power, they're equally unpredictable.
Thank you for the information. Is this a door in front of us, and is it a solid door, or is it?
Yeah, it's a very old wooden door.
Do you think we should knock?
Just a minute, 56 seconds.
Zerai will look at the door and move back to the other side. Do you think it is trapped? Or I'm not very good with these things, but I've heard that doors can explode.
Korduk will shrug and walk right up to the door.
I'll back away.
yeah. Running.
You walk up to the door.
Yeah.
And
does there seem to be a latch or anything on it?
There's a like twist latch, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so he'll kind of gently twist it and then like try to push it open quickly.
Yeah, and you do, and inside you see another triangular room. This one, however, there is actually, like, oddly enough, a window that shows you past this similar door that there is a large pool of water, much, much deeper. You notice that there is basically like a slope represented by this different textured floor that I'm pulsing on. And it seems like a lot of water is sort of pooled in that area. And it is deep enough that you can not really see the bottom. And then you see that there is a door, another door that goes to another room, and you can see on it, it says processing in common and in Dwarvish.
Yeah, so he'll shrug, look at the other two, walk through the door, look out the window, kind of like hands over his eyes, looking through. Like,
Binocular.
yeah, hand binoculars.
I'm gonna head with Arian up towards this door. Does it have anything else on it, or is it just the processing?
Just says processing in Dwarvish and common.
Okay.
What do you think that means?
I was just going to ask the same. Could it be like this Limlac stuff, like we saw in the refinery?
Oh, maybe. It might have a process that it needs to go through to be made magical, or its magic to be made useful.
Yes, I mean, he sort of gestures to the room and the walls. These dwarves seemed very capable. Maybe it's aided in the building of this structure.
Maybe that's what drew the Dalkin lady and Lord and Lady Dalkin here, was what the dwarves were making, not necessarily the dwarves or the place.
That could be true. Maybe we will not know until we look. But again, he's looking a little bit hesitant about opening another door.
Yeah. After he's done looking at the window, he'll start to kind of walk over.
If I look around, are we seeing any signs of? Can I see any signs of that anyone else has moved through here recently?
Make a perception check.
23.
Nice.
You basically, just looking at this from other people you've talked to who are experienced trackers, you kind of get the feeling that probably not for a really long time, like probably not for at least a few years, has anybody walked through here.
Okay.
Are there any animals in here?
You
Insects, bugs, rats?
you feel like you hear movement. You're not really sure from where. Even with that 23.
Ooh,
Actually, you know what? With the 23, I think, in fairness, through that window, you hear something moving in the water.
So I will hold my hand up a second. I think there's something in the water. It could just be dripping, but I heard a splash.
Oh, good. Perhaps it's something nice, like a small octopus or a seahorse.
However, having confirmed that I don't think anyone's been through here, he will move up to this door and attempt to quietly open it and just peek his head in while Corduk is behind him.
Yeah, you open it up and you can see there is this massive, deep pool of water. And over here, where you couldn't see with the window, you can see there is a long iron ladder going up towards the sky. Well, the roof.
Interesting. That could be our way out.
Perhaps.
Do we want to Obviously, it's sort of hard to track time, but how long do I think we've been?
Been about 2 hours.
We have some time. Do we want to go straight up, or shall we check out behind us? And he sort of motions to the processing door.
That other triangular room is very unusual also.
I agree. If we might want to clear this building section first before we move on.
Kordak's just kind of leaning up against the door jamb, seeing which way he should go.
Is the window openable or is it sealed? Is it like fully sealed?
Oh, like that's a door. The window is like over here. Sorry, let me draw a box for that window.
Okay. And what kind of door is this? What is it made of?
It's like an old wood door. It's a little worn down. Not strong enough to maybe keep probably not. Maybe not you could kick it down, but maybe Zerai could kick it down. I don't know which of you is stronger. Korduk could blow this thing down.
I mean, the mage is the stealthy one. Maybe I'll try and pick locks.
See, I will Zerai will head over to where Korduk is by the processing door, and he will just sort of try the door to see if it's open.
It is open.
And then he'll give Arian a moment, and with the other two with him, he'll slowly push open the door and let it swing.
Yeah. Inside, you see there is this very plain-looking room. Everything inside seems to actually be like a little cleaner, a little less rusted, because you see that there is basically a desk, but it seems to be part of the wall and floor. Seems to be connected to it, and you see that there are 2 levers against it. Like there are levers on it, and they are labeled in Dwarven.
As I'm going over, Zarai's already. Nothing good ever comes from pulling levers.
Are you sure about that?
Korduk, since you newly read Dwarvish, you notice one of them says store and the other says release.
So he'll actually say that as he walks over. He goes, store?
We don't have any money, though.
Release?
Store and release.
Release! And he'll pull the release lever.
Sure. You all hear a great big suction sound, and you notice there is another window over here. But you hear suction coming from this room.
Oh, he will run over like a little child in a candy store.
And you see all of this water, and I can't remove it because it's built into this map. You see all of it being sucked down through a massive pipe. And as all of the water disappears, you see what looks like a massive alligator. The size of a dragon, but you notice that its hide is not scaly. It looks like the texture of like an octopus or a squid. You notice it just like trying to swim up and make it out of this water, but it just gets sucked down into this pipe. And you see its form like an octopus curl down, and it gets sucked through. And you all have avoided another fight.
Well, we need to avoid that one. But
okay, I take it back. Sometimes good things come from pulling levers.
That thing was massive.
Korduk already has both his swords out already, and when he sees the thing get sucked down, he just droops.
I was wondering if I could speak with that. It was massive.
It was very strange looking.
And Kordak, you feel something after witnessing that. You feel like, I don't know, like maybe your family kind of tugging on you, and you feel like you've gained 5 temporary hit points.
Ooh.
And there's nothing else in this room. This door does not exist.
Okay, no worries. So I will head forwards and well done, Kordak. Sometimes just pulling the lever clearly works.
I mean, you have to know which lever. He obviously knew.
Obviously.
Let's head over to
Just
the
kind
lab.
of walk along, shoulders down, head down. Yes, right letter. Uh-huh.
It's fine, Kordak. I've got a feeling we are going to have a bit of a fight ahead of us anyway.
And you all make it to the ladder. You begin climbing up. The theme song of the video game plays.
And again, one last time before we exit, I will prestidigitation all of us once.
Sure.
Thank you. I was so dirty.
It helps with the smell.
First water take monster away, then you take dirt away.
I'll prestidigitation a 4th time to make Kordak dirty.
It all emanates from that hand that you marked yourself with. Gets just a little thinner as that dirt like spreads. But you all find a trap door and you push it up, and you find yourself in like a small janitor's closet kind of deal, where there's some pipes and there's a few supplies scattered about. Nothing that seems necessary to your purposes.
What is this thing on the wall? The little brown thing?
Sorry, trying to make sure that's visible. It is a barrel. If you look inside, you can see that it seems to be rags and towels. That seems to be the most of what is inside.
So I will head to this door and press his ear to it. See if I can make out any noises.
You hear 2 people walking. Sounds like they are walking away, and they sound like they're already pretty far away. If you make a perception check, you might be able to hear them speaking or anything.
Okay, I'll make a...
Oh, yeah.
Not 20, 26.
Yeah, you basically hear,
Dirty 20.
Captain Judith said to head to the throne room.
I will repeat it under my breath, but like whispered. Captain Judith says report to throne room.
And I'll because you got a natural 20 and a dirty 20 mixed together, I'll say that you can hear that they went around a corner to the north. Like they turned and went north.
Okay.
So they are pretty far away from you by the time that they finish speaking.
Okay. How do we want to navigate this? From here on out, we are basically blind.
Well, we're only blind until we open that door.
I mean the general layout.
Oh, Kordak, I think, should go first. He's itching for a fight.
This is true.
He's leaning. Yeah, he's leaning on the wall now, so he'll just kind of lurch himself up.
Kordak, we think that you should go in front because we have a feeling we're going to be running into people very soon that we'll need to eliminate from the problem.
All right, he'll limber up a little bit, do some quick stretches.
I'll go second then.
Crack the door open.
Sure. Yeah, you do not see anything. You don't really hear like anybody moving around. And when you step out, you can see that there is a way that you can go to your left, our right, you go to the east, or you could go to the west, and you can see that there is a larger, wrong thing. There's a larger central sort of room. You can kind of intuit that you're probably pretty close to the front entrance. That's probably down here. It's the front entrance. And there is a lot more light. There are a lot of
No people.
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah. So he'll gesture to the group. He'll point left, point right.
Well,
Across
the sounds went north. So we could assume that the throne room is that way.
Follow the sound. I like.
Let's go.
Good plan. We'll
So
start
that's
making
into the main area.
Yeah, so we come over to the. So I'm assuming that their footsteps sort of went up this way here.
Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to reveal it. It's giving me a little bit of trouble.
Not a problem.
Yeah, he won't just similar to the sewer pipes, he won't completely hug the wall, but he'll still move cautiously.
Sure. When you all get there, I think your high perception checks carry over, and you can definitely hear that there seems to be some conversation happening in this direction.
All right.
You continue up that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Swords out, wave one hand up the hallway, and crouchily walk up.
Okay. Everybody make a stealth check.
We're all experts.
Cool.
Let's see. Oh.
right.
6, exactly the same as last time.
Six.
Dun,
That's a 12.
I got a natural 7.
So you all make a little bit of noise as you continue forward.
But we
Oh no!
doing
The
that.
hobgoblin in half plate made noise. What?
And you find yourselves entering a throne room. You can see that there are 2 of those guards in similar armor, and then you can see that there is a woman dressed in even finer armor and holding a mace at her side as you approach. She is a powerful, stern-looking woman. As you make your way forward, she has definitely noticed you.
She looks at the 3 of you and she smiles and says, "We heard from a little bird that there would be someone coming up, sire, from below. Good to see that she was telling the truth."
Oh, Zerai, is this one of your other friends?
I think Brunhilde sold us out.
So, you are the rejects from the ritual, yes?
I think they said we were too good for it.
That was definitely it.
That is not what I heard. Lord Dalkin says that you appeared by mistake.
If it a mistake, then he send us home.
Well, I believe my master only has a single shot left, and he will not be using it but for you on his own choice. And she raises her hand, and you notice that there are 2 other guards in the same armor holding crossbows trained on you. Oh, and you notice there is a throne
across behind her, and then there is what appears to be a small like room next to the throne.
How
Okay.
far is she? 5, 10, 15, 20. So she's 50 feet.
It's for about 50. Yeah.
Yeah, Zariah is ready, but is not going to make the first move.
I'll make the first move. I'll cast Hold Person on her.
Sure. Okay. That is a Constitution check. Is it Constitution saving throw or Wisdom?
It's Wisdom.
Okay.
Oh, there's
She does not succeed. I don't know what your DC is, but I believe that it is above 10.
Yeah. 17.
Yeah, she does not succeed. So she is locked in place, unable to lower her fingers and signal the shot.
Now, the two of you may decide that we aren't really worth the effort of you pulling the triggers on those because your master has already chosen to not allow it. You can leave though, and you'll stay alive.
Make an intimidation check.
Hell yeah, if 11 will do it.
2 crossbow bolts are fired.
Oh.
What is your AC, Korduk, and what is your AC, Arian?
18.
Mine's 13.
Okay, Korduk, a bolt glances off of your armor. No problem. Pool Anderson is very angry somewhere. And unfortunately, Arian, a bolt pierces your side, and you take not too bad, only 7 points of piercing damage. And everybody, roll initiative. We got a fight.
There we go.
3 hours and 11 minutes in.
Oh, beautiful. That's a 21 for Korduk.
A 7 for Zariah.
15 for Arian.
Okay, and we are gonna try something to keep combat going quick, so we can still get to some other stuff in the time that we have left. After the round is over, I'm gonna let you all roll another initiative check, and if it is above, if your average is above a 14, you all will basically get like a surprise round.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
So first up in the order, no surprise, Korduk.
All right. He is with his swords. He'll have his hands on either handle, but he will rush up to this guy. I have just enough speed to get up to him.
Sure.
And
okay. So as you do that, you hear something like a pressure plate as you step.
Oh, beautiful.
To this point.
Well played. Well
As-
played.
All of a sudden, on these 3 platforms, a bunch of electricity just jumps out of these tiles, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Does it look
beautiful.
like a spell
Looks like it is
or just a
old
magical effect?
spell. It's magical effect, yeah.
Okay.
Old spell mixed in with the area.
15?
Okay, that is a success.
Oh, whew. Okay.
So you step on it, and it seems like these guards know which plates not to step on to trigger this,
Of course
but
they do.
not which ones to stand on to not get hurt, because one of them fails and one of them succeeds.
Nice.
So this one seems to get pretty fucked up by
No.
standing there, and the other one gets less so. You take 16 points of lightning damage.
What? Oh, that rips through my temporary hit points.
I
And all right, yeah. So once I get up to him, I'm gonna almost like slide down onto the ground on one knee and try to put my shoulder into him and kind of toss him up over me and onto the ground. So I want to try to knock him prone.
Yeah, sure. Is that a maneuver?
No, just a part of the action in replacing my attack with like a push.
Make an athletics check at disadvantage. He will also be at disadvantage.
Sure. That is with disadvantage a 23.
Okay. 23 with disadvantage.
Yeah, I rolled a 17 and a 19. So.
Yeah. You pick that dude up and chuck him over your shoulder. He falls into the lightning. Prone, he automatically fails his new dex save.
Beautiful.
He is going to take... Okay, not as much, but he takes the full force of it.
Oh, there you go.
This guy does not look good. He's not quite bloodied. He doesn't look good. And he's on the ground behind you, prone.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna, as he kind of flies through the air, I'm gonna pull out both of my swords and start to just whack away at him.
Sure.
So let's see. I used up one of my attacks, so I'm not gonna use that. And so let's see. First attack is gonna be a 17.
17 hits.
For let's see, 5 slashing damage and then 4 of the radiant damage with my dwarven scimitar.
Sure.
And so that slash kind of comes down, and then the other one he's gonna follow through with the point of the blade, trying to stab him on the ground.
Yeah, nice. Kind of.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 22.
Okay, 22 hits
for 6 slashing damage. And then the last one, he's gonna try to kind of just almost like windmill style follow through and try to slash down onto the ground, but that's gonna be a 13.
13 doesn't quite do
that's gonna be yeah.
Just sort of
manages to get his sword up and deflect the blow as I strike down at him.
Yeah, he just barely covers himself as he is writhing in pain. It seems almost by accident that he manages to turn that.
All right.
Next up in our order, it is our 2 sword soldier turns, not the crossbow soldiers. This one is going to hurriedly step off of the lightning as quick as he can onto this tile. And then he is going to come down to here, drawing his sword. This guy is going to roll over here using 10 feet of his movement, stand up using 15. With his 1 remaining movement, not enough to get him to safety, considering that would leave him very open. He is going to attack you, Korduk.
Bring it.
So he pulls out his long sword, and he is just going to try and slash diagonally down at you, across your chest, trying to take away some of that armor. And he got a natural 1.
Nice.
So I think this guy's having a bad day with this lightning. I think that as he lifts it up, the lightning is just like, new metal, and it goes up, grabs him, and he's already bloodied. He's looking even worse now.
New metal.
Umbrella in the storm moment.
And so he brings it away and cries out in pain, and then just trying to go as quick as he can, tries to stab you in the stomach. Try to find a weak point in your armor that might not be there. That time he got a 21.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, you only take 9 points of slashing damage.
Oh,
as he
only, okay.
manages to weave it in through the plates. Okay, next up, Arian, it's your turn.
All right, I'm going to head across the electrified plates, and as I do so, I'll cast Absorb Element on the lightning.
Yeah.
And then when I get across it to the other side, I'll strike him with my staff and use the absorbed energy from the strike to add damage to him.
Yeah.
Good.
All right.
Nice.
Okay.
Hold on, my staff. 15, A dirty 20.
Dirty 20 will do it.
Yeah.
So roll, and does absorb element tells you what to roll for the added bonus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 20 points. 9 of it is the electricity.
Well, nice. Because
Nice.
that gets doubled a little bit. So that is that's not good for our boy. Yeah, he is looking really rough. He's not quite too bloodied. Doesn't seem like he is not doing as hot, but he's not doing burning. He's still doing hot.
Come on, boys! I love this lightning and electricity.
And is there anything else you would like to do?
No, I'll see if he backs off or if he's ready to be finished.
Okay. Next up, it is Judith's turn to try and break out of hold person. So she has to beat a 17, you said?
Yes.
Okay. That time she does. So she suddenly breathes and pulls out her sword, and she kind of gets to here, and then looks down here and kind of stops moving
Oh.
and looks across at you. Or she has a mace, not a sword. And she looks at you, Kordak, and kind of grunts. And that is her turn. Zerai, your turn.
So Zerai gets a little bit giddy and excited, and he's going to move over towards Arian. 5, 10, 15. He's almost dancing and skipping as he does. And so at first he sort of taps the armored man on the shoulder, and as he does, he's going to Hexblades curse him.
Sure.
So that's my bonus action. So for 1 minute, I get a +4 to damage against them, and I crit on a 19 or a 20. And if they die while cursed, I get 17 temporary hit points. So I will then use my action to take 2 slashes across his back. Is flanking a thing by your rules?
Yeah, it is. So you would have advantage, I would say.
Perfect. So yes, 2 slashes with the longsword with one hand.
Sure.
The first one is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that is.
So it's 7 from the sword, which isn't amazing. However, I have... So you see as Zerai slashes up across him, a black tendril link attaches to the soldier, and he takes an additional 5 points from my life drinker of necrotic. And then an additional 4 from being Hexblade cursed. So that's a total of 16 points of damage.
Yeah, and he is bloodied from your first attack.
And then I'll take my second attack. A 15.
Okay. Yeah, the 15 doesn't do it, but lucky there was advantage there.
Yeah. So with the second attack missing, he dancing and smiling. He gets ready for the onslaught.
Sure. Next up, bringing up the rear, it is the 2 crossbow guards, and both of them rush forward, taking up pretty much the same point, and they are both going to fire at pretty much the same targets. So one at Kordak and one at Arian. One at you, Kordak, is a 22.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that will be 7 piercing damage. One at you, Arian, is a 16.
That'll hit.
Okay. And that does 10 piercing damage. And these are very, very big. These are big, heavy crossbows, so it seems to take them a little bit of time to reload. So they will not be firing a second time this round. And then we are at the bottom of the order. So can everybody please roll initiative one more time?
16.
15.
10.
Okay. Averaging out, I believe that is higher than a 14, is it? Who knows? How does math work? Let me.
Yeah, 50. If it's two of them are above 14, then yes, it will.
Okay. Then you all get a surprise round. So basically, each of you take a round really quickly. We'll go ahead and do it in the order that we have our initiative right now. So it'll be Kordak, then Arian, then Zerai.
All right. First, you will see Kordak kind of take one of his swords and tap it against his pauldron, where right now he has a. It looks normally to be like a necklace, like a rope necklace with a medallion that he normally wears, but he has it wrapped around his shoulder right now. So he taps that a couple of times, and I will do my action, sir. My fighting spirit is my bonus action, so it'll give me a 10 temporary hit points and bonus and a advantage on my next attack. So
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
So I shall make all the attacks, flurrying my two swords. The first one will be kind of a horizontal slash across him for that is a nat 20 with advantage.
Okay. Nice.
How do you want to deal crit? Are we doing the normal double damage?
Yeah.
Like roll twice?
Roll twice is fine.
Yep. All right. So that is going to be 7, 8, 9. Plus that is 13 and 17 damage with the 4 radiant.
Okay. Did you roll the radiant twice?
I did. Yeah. Oh, I didn't. I only rolled radiant once. That's another 6. So that's 21 total.
Nice. Yeah. This guy looks rough.
Yeah.
He is holding on, and
and the burst of radiant damage when he kind of makes the slash across startles Kordak slightly. So his next slash kind of just goes up and wild, but he focuses much more on the third one, and he makes a dive towards him for a 25.
Okay, yeah, and I'll say with your large armored body hitting him, you'll do a little bit of bludgeoning damage on top of this.
Oh, yeah.
So go ahead and make the damage roll.
That's going to be 9 damage.
Okay, and then roll a d4 for bludgeoning. We won't add anything to it.
That's going to be 3.
That is exactly enough to
you
slide your sword into him and crash on him as he is knocked back. You force him to the ground so hard as he slips away from your sword that he falls back dead. You take his position. If you choose, you could say that you didn't.
No, that's totally, I like that. Yeah, it's totally fine. I was going to move off there anyway, so. Okay. And when he does that, he'll kind of spin around with the momentum and face the woman.
Yeah, okay. Then Arian, your turn in this surprise round.
The one that's out in the room, how is that one armored? The one that moved forward that shot me?
He is in metal armor as well. All of them are in the same. All of these guards that aren't Judith are in the same. Like, it's surprising that a town of this size has guards that are in matching armor, but he's wearing the same sort of gray pointed armor.
Okay. I'm gonna run forward at the one with that shot me. One, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Ooh, you know what? No. I'm gonna step this way on my way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. No, I can't make it. Damn it. I'll go straight. And
do you have anything metal on you?
me? No. I'm a druid.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, that stuff, no. Ew.
Yeah, no way. Sorry, my mistake. How dare I?
I have
however-
a dagger. Actually, I do have a dagger. It's just not on me. It's not. I don't have armor.
Gotcha.
It's a wooden dagger. It's like a big spear.
Well, you got rings, don't you?
I do.
Okay. Then I think that as you turn away from this guy and all of his armor, you feel like the grove that you were working on back home. You feel like those trees, they aren't going to take care of themselves. They will to an extent, but not all the way. And you feel as if there is something pulling you back towards home, trying to make sure that you get there. And you feel a little bit of that lightning kind of leap into your ring. And if you wanted to cast Absorb Elements by walking into it, you may do so.
Absolutely. And then I'll strike him with it.
Yeah.
Cool.
24.
24 hits.
All right. Two, three. Oh God, I rolled terrible. 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, 16, 19. Oh,
19, and how much of that was lightning?
19, 20, 21.
Okay, 21, and how much of that was lightning?
10, 12, 14, 17.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he takes a significant amount of damage from that. And what that basically looked like is as you went in for your attack, your ring that had like a little bit of static around it kind of flashed like up, and that lightning just jumped from your ring onto his armor.
Love it.
Nice.
I love lightning.
Lightning's great.
Lightning appears to love you.
It does. It really does.
Okay, then Zerai with your surprise round. The waltz continues.
Yeah, it does as he spins and twirls around him, stepping to the right and then upwards. As he does so, slashing twice more with the longsword.
Sure. Okay, yeah, you make 2 slashes.
So, first one is a 26 to hit,
26 hits.
and the second one is a 28 to hit.
28 hits.
So first, is sorry, my bad. First one is 10 points plus another 9, so 19 points.
Yep. That'll hurt him pretty good.
And then the second one is 14 plus another 9, so 23.
Okay. He is now looking really, really bad. Like last leg.
So he slashed round him the first time, and he stabbed him through the center with the second. And as he gets up close, he smiles in his face, and then I use my crossbow expert feat to shoot my crossbow right into his gut.
Nice. That is
only an 11 to hit, so I do not use that.
You being so close, the bolt doesn't build enough momentum, and even though you had a perfect shot lined up, it just gets bounced back. And
he continues to waltz back and forth, almost giggling as blood sprays around him.
Yep. And okay, then it is the top of a new order. So, Korduk, it will be your turn. But before that happens, the lightning disappears from the tiles that it was on.
Oh.
And new
lightning appears.
Oh no.
You so tricksy.
It's not me. It's the people who designed this castle. Moving to the green tiles.
that's
So
nice.
I need both Korduk and Zerai. I need both of you to make
Just
your
want to move out of this.
dexterity saving throws.
It's 15.
Oh, 4.
15. You succeed again. Zerai, you have failed. So you both. Well, so Korduk, you will take half. Well, okay, 32 again. So Korduk, you take 16. Zerai, you take 32 points of lightning damage.
Oh, that was not nice.
Ouch.
So 10 off my temporary and another 22 off my current. Yeah, Zerai, he sort of continues to dance, but more through being electrocuted than actual.
Yeah, this is much more of.
Hot foot.
This is.
he moves from a waltz to a quick step.
Yeah, but your hair looks good.
So Korduk, it's your turn.
All right, so he will kind of sidestep off of the lightning
Sure.
onto the lotus pad here, and then as he does, he'll kind of like rush up to the lady, and he will take both swords and kind of try to feign an attack. But then as he does, he wants to kind of wrench her arm slightly and try to use his other sword to pop that mace out of her hand. I'm going to try to disarm her.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So can you make an attack?
Sure, I can do that. That'll be 10. And do you want just proficiency on it or with strength?
I would say, yeah, just proficiency for it.
Okay. Let's see. That's going to be 14. Oh, and then if I'm doing, am I adding my strength as well on this, or is it just the straight
Just,
roll of proficiency?
Just proficiency, yeah.
Okay, that's 14 then.
Okay, she also got a 14, so she hangs on to
Oh,
it just barely.
all right, cool.
But roll a d6.
All right. That's a 1.
Well, you bash her hand. She gets she takes 1 damage from that.
Oh, hey, there we go. All right. So yeah, then I'll kind of pull myself away just with a few inches, and as I do, try a backhanded slash up to her, and I will begin the assault. So the first one is going to be a 20, dirty 20.
Okay. Dirty
So
20.
Yep, backhanded slash with the dwarven scimitar for 12 plus 5 radiant, so 17 total.
Yeah, 17 damage.
The second attack still thrown off slightly by the blast of radiant light. He's gonna follow that up with kind of a diagonal slash down on the left hand for a 15.
Okay, 15 doesn't cut it.
Yeah,
Quite connect.
literally. And then the final one though, he's gonna kind of do a little overhand switch of the blades, bringing this one down almost in a perfect vertical strike for a 27. That will deal 11 slashing damage.
Okay, yeah. I thank you for mitigating my shock that you got a 27. That must have been. I hope that was a 19. How much?
It was a 19, yes.
It was 11. You said
11, yes.
okay. Yeah, she grunts with each strike you land on her. Not the one on her hand. She, but she goes. Right.
Yeah.
And is that your turn?
And that is it.
Okay.
He'll kind of give her like a little bit of a grin at that point. A little sheen off of one of his tusks.
Okay. And next up, our boy with the sword is going to launch
2 attacks. Oh, you know what? He succeeded, but he was so low that 16 damage actually wiped him out. So that is my fault. So you gain back your hit points, right?
I do gain back some hit points, and also, so as the electricity electrifies him, you almost see through him for a second, and as the body falls back, his spirit remains as my accursed spectre kicks in.
Okay.
So when I kill somebody who is Hexblade cursed, I can bring them back as a cursed spectre.
Oh, all right. Let me fetch a new token. All right. Well, all right. Now that we're all sufficiently terrified of Zerai, Arian. Sorry, Arian, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to pull the stopper on my decanter of endless water, and I'm going to say geyser and let it pour water all over the area where this guy's at, and leave a trail behind me as I head towards the battle with the other with the lady. And that way, I know the lightning's going there next. He probably does too.
Yeah.
I don't need to finish him off now. I'll finish him off when the lightning moves.
He's just kind of like, oh no. Okay, and is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Then next up, it is Judith's turn. She is going to make 3 attacks with her mace on you, Korduk. First one is a natural 20.
Oh, no.
Okay, so that will be a whole lot of damage. So her mace hits you across the face. You feel some of your teeth a little bit looser. That is 25 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, jeez.
And
Are you standing after this? Just making.
I'm still up.
Okay.
And some free dentist work.
and 14 points of fire damage.
Whoa.
And after the mace connects, the wound catches fire for just a split second. So you take a fair amount of damage from her mace. And then she comes in with a second attack. I mean, that one's a natural too. So almost opposite side of the spectrum. And her third attack, so she bashes you across the face and then tries to do like an offhand sort of bringing it up against your chin. But I think she connected a little bit harder. So she just whiffs, kind of bringing it up. And then her last attack is a 22.
Yes, that also hits.
Okay. So you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, which is a really low roll for this mace, and 6 points of fire damage.
Oof.
And that is her turn. Oh, wait. Not her turn, because she takes movement. She gets right here.
Okay.
And now it is the archer's turn. This one's just going to come over here. And then
Better back up.
This guy feels like he has no choice. He jumps over here. And did you when you put your water out, I was looking.
I left a trail behind me as I went. That's what I was saying. Because it'll pour 30 gallon just.
Gotcha.
Aim it.
So was it did you just go through the lightning like in a straight line from where you were?
No, I jumped over the corner like that person did.
Okay, cool. He gets there, and I think that's when the round ends because he was a little bit trepidatious. So now, if you all want to roll initiative again to see if you all get that surprise round.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay.
A dirty 8.
An 18.
Oh,
Okay.
You might have saved it.
I mean, yeah, that's above a 14, so you all get that surprise round.
Nice.
Perfect.
So first up is Korduk.
All right. So the first thing Korduk's gonna do is he was kind of like almost down to a knee. Now he's like kind of singed all along his cheek. His left tusk is a little loose. He's gonna slowly rise up and take a nice deep breath for his second wind.
Gotcha.
So that's going to be, oh, nice. I rolled the 10, so that is 22 hit points back.
Yeah, that's a good second wind.
Yeah, it's the best I can get. And that's also my last one. And then he's, as he rises up, he's going to go up a little slow, but then he's going to kind of make a quick movement and try to take his forearm and actually shove it into her side and push her back onto the diamond patterned section of the floor.
Yeah, okay.
I think she moved for a reason. He's going to see what that is.
Make an athletics check.
All right. That is horrible. I rolled a 2. So that's a 10 total.
Yeah. I think she is actually going to grab you.
Oh, no.
And with your momentum, she moves you right there.
Oh, no.
She grabs you and just moves you along like a keto move.
Yeah. And so he'll kind of spin around for a whirlwind attack then with his with the scimitar, trying to as well use the momentum. That's going to be a 23.
Okay, 23 hits
for 9 slashing damage and 2 radiant damage.
Okay.
And then he's going to follow that around, kind of sweeping a little low, almost like a diagonal slash up with the offhand for 13, which is probably going to whiff totally.
13. No, she just brings her mace up and like blocks.
Yeah,
basically.
of course. Yep. And then, that'll do it.
Okay. After Korduk takes his action, Aryan, it's your turn.
All right. I will take one step across the lightning and cast Absorb Element again. And then 2, 3, 4, and hit.
Sure.
Or maybe not. 9. Probably not.
9 does not do it. Doesn't connect.
So close.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't quite get there. All right, and then we have Zerai.
So Zerai less gracefully jumps his way out of the lightning, brushes off bits of burning cloth, and points over to the man just up here on the right, and in Infernal speaks to the Spectre and says, "Go kill that one." And then 10, 20, 25. I also need to roll initiative for the Spectre, but it wouldn't go in this surprise bit anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
So for whenever it comes up, the Spectre has a 13. And I'm going to take 2 slashes with my sword onto the back of Judith. First slash.
Nice.
Nat 20.
Yeah. That's okay. You see that nat 20. Oof.
So, the one is double to 2, so that's 8. Not the best, but that's fine. Plus another 9, so 17 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah.
Not looking as.
Sorry,
not looking
my
as good.
apologies. Not 17, 14.
Okay.
This one
Still-
is not hexblade cursed.
Still, I mean, fairly good. Not bad.
For the second shot, a 26 to hit.
26 hits.
And
Nice. Okay.
so plus a 5, so that is 17 damage on that slash as well.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that part because I was about to say that her HP was it's pretty nice.
So again, he's dancing and slashing, and the black line that seems to be draining the extra life. It's like an extra tendril attaches every time he slashes her, and then with his bonus, he turns towards. They are not. He's gonna hand crossbow towards the man on the left, who is at disadvantage for me. I believe he's just outside of the 30 foot.
Okay.
Yeah, massively so. So just a disadvantage shot with the crossbow at that man.
Okay.
19 to hit.
Oh,
That's a good disadvantage attack roll.
right?
So 8 points of damage to him.
Okay. Yeah. And he doesn't look happy about that. And
I would
now
hope
the round starts anew, and the lightning flickers out of the green ones and transfers over to the yellow diamonds. Funnily enough, the water is conducted from these yellow tiles onto these red tiles, and your quick thinking pays off, Arian, as this man is also forced to make a dexterity saving throw, along with Korduk.
Yes. Saw that coming. Oh, nice. That is a 19.
Okay, yeah, I mean another success for the big lad. So you take 17 points of lightning damage.
Oh.
Failure for this guy, so he's going to take. This guy is not just bloodied; he is wavering in place. Like he is right now, because doesn't have to fire it. He is like holding himself up, leaning on his crossbow. But that is the lightning, and now Korduk, it's your turn.
Yeah. He will sidestep slightly.
Okay.
Onto the lotus tiles there. And with that as well, get some inspiration from his medallion and activate his fighting spirit once again to get those 10 temporary hit points. And he will, as he steps through, he'll use that momentum to kind of, with an overhand grip, kind of slash, almost like a pointed slash across to the lady.
Sure.
And let's see what we got here. All the dice. That's not going to be good. Well, it's a 17 with the scimitar.
Yeah, 17 misses.
All right.
She brings her mace up in a near miss.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, so he brings that up, and as it clangs, he's gonna try yet again as soon as the hilt, the guard of his sword hits it, he's gonna try to push it down, and then use his other hand to just punch up and try to break the mace out from her hand.
Yeah. Make a attack to see if you can get it out.
I can't. 13.
You knock that thing aside.
Oh!
And it lands right here.
Beauty.
Awesome. Yeah, and he's gonna kind of a nice little grin's gonna come over his face now, and he just looks at her, goes, You still have time to quit. And he will end his term with that.
She just grits her teeth looking at you. And next up, it is Arian.
I will try to hit her with my pent up electrical energy. I need to get rid of it now. Oh, nice. A 19, 20, 21.
21 hits.
Nice. Oops, hold on. $19, and 11 of that was lightning.
Okay, so yeah, she does not look good. She is like, she doesn't look as bad as old crossbow boy over here.
You can give up and not lose your life.
I am devoted to the master. Crossbow guy kind of considers what you have to say.
Don't worry.
You make a really good point.
Is that your turn, Arian?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Next up, it is your Spectre. So he's going to follow your order. Make it over here.
He moves up there. He has a +9 to hit with his life drain attack.
Okay. Yeah, he reaches out to grab him, and it is a 14, so it is not quite enough. And crossbow guy manages to lean back and kind of avoid it.
Yeah, so he's newly woken up. I don't expect much from him in these early stages. He's a toddler at the point.
He needs yeah, he's just not quite used to having kind of a body. Okay, and next up, it is your turn.
So again, Sarai will just continue the attack on Judith, spinning and slashing with his longsword. So sorry, being a bit slow. So first slash is an unnatural 20 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And 16 points of damage total.
Yeah, that is gonna put her in a bad situation. She's still.
And the second slash is a 25 to hit.
25 hits.
For 14 plus 19 total.
All right, 19. How do you put Judith down?
Nah. So Zara, he comes in and slashes across her at the knee, brings the sword up and plunges it through her chest before kicking her backwards into the electricity.
All right, and she falls. The back of her head cracks against her mace as she bubbles in the electricity, bleeding out from the wounds that you have left her.
And so I normally with my bonus action I would spin to shoot the crossbow, but I'll simply point it at the guard to the left and shout out to the room, "I suggest you leave."
Yep, and at the end of your turn, dash action gets right there.
Speaking of, I think we should get off these tiles.
Yes, agreed.
Dash action. This guy gets out. Does your Spectre take an attack of opportunity?
No, I will. Once I see the running, I'll just call him over to me. The Spectre doesn't leave until I take a long rest, or it dies. So It is. I am now giving him a pat on the head, telling him how good a boy he's been. He'll grow up to be big and strong one day.
Once the aggression is gone from the room, the lightning ceases, and you all think, "Shit, we got to get off of these red tiles." But then it does not come back.
That was intense. How much time do we have? The ritual may be starting soon.
Hold on one moment. And I'll hold my staff out, plant it between the three of us, and call healing upon all of us.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
We all get 33 points back.
Nice.
Nice.
And I use 5 charges from the staff to use a mass cure.
Beautiful. Love it. And
brings
yeah,
me
so
up to
Zariah is immediately, once he feels healed, is looking around. I mean, he's assuming it's through the next room, but he's not sure.
Yeah. The only thing of note that you notice besides these tiles is the bits of carpet that just seem to be randomly placed in the room. Small 10-foot strip, and then a 15-foot strip towards the back. Behind the throne.
Those are carpet. Oh.
Yeah, I would wander over to have a look at the throne and the carpet. I won't touch immediately.
Sure. Looking at the carpet, it looks like it is only fastened at the back end, not the end towards the throne.
They lift.
Unfortunately, I do not.
Is there a way to get a finger there and I can lift it?
Yes, you do, and when you do, you see that there are 2 indentions that seem to match with the back 2 legs of this throne. It's a pretty heavy throne, though. Big stone throne.
Karduk, we might need you for this.
Yeah.
Korduk will have bent down onto one knee next to the lady and Judith, and he will kind of put his hand on her face, close her eyes, and then with the other hand reach down and grab the mace and kind of like check the balance of it.
Yeah, so it's a good mace.
Yeah.
Which is 2d6 instead of 1d6.
Whoa. Yeah, he'll kind of pick it up, feel it, and kind of shove it in his belt, kind of latch it.
Yeah, and you notice that like it's just well made. It seems like it's dwarven, and it seems like it's really old.
There's a lot of dwarven stuff around here.
And then there's this big stone throne, and
yep.
When he notices that you want it to be pushed, your specter starts trying to push it, but he can't.
I will move up, kind of stretch. Okay. Where I push.
I think if we just push towards the wall backwards, and he'll sort of, Zariah will get ready to help as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, and I'll help too. We'll all push.
And pushing, so with everybody helping, Korduk make an athletics check with advantage and a +1.
Ooh, all right.
Nice.
I want to make sure I grab a D20 and not a D8. That's going to be 21.
All right, and you manage to slide this throne back. And when it does, you hear a click, and suddenly the middle wall of these 3 slides down into the floor. Fortunately, I did not export a version of my map without this wall, so I have no way to
design. Shall we quickly? Zariah is obviously thinking about the ritual and is trying to push us forwards.
Yep, and because it is 1 o'clock, would you all
like another puzzle or no? Because I am okay with it being 1 o'clock and us wanting to get to that ritual chamber if you would like.
I'm okay for I'm not like falling asleep or passing out or anything, obviously, but it is 6 a.m.
I did just realize that. Okay, never mind. No puzzle.
I love the puzzles. I'm like loving the game. It's been great, but it is 6 a.m.
Yeah, no worries. I realized that.
Earlier with all the role playing stuff.
You can never fault it though. I loved it.
It's okay.
You all appear here, and there's a labyrinth of force magic that does psychic damage, but you all just say no, and you go through it. And there are 2 chests in the room. They are both unlocked because you reach them through this force field that was going to hurt you to get through it. So you can just easily take what's inside if you choose. There's a greater healing potion in one. And in the other one, there is a filter of levitate. Lets you cast the spell levitate if you drink it without a spell slot.
That would have been useful to get over the walls.
Yeah.
Or off of the electricity.
This is true.
I'll pocket the potion of greater healing just in case.
There you go.
And
Kordak will actually now remember too that we did get those 2 potions from the old lady, and Kordak has one. He's gonna kind of take that out and swish it around a little bit.
Yeah,
and then you guzzle that thing down.
Are you still injured after that?
Oh yeah, I'm at 50. I'm at half hit points right now.
Okay, then I'll give me a second. I'll cast. I'll cast Cure Wounds.
No.
You get another 26 back.
Oh wow, thank you.
That's a level 12 druid.
Yeah, right?
We are related to the clerics.
You're just the fun clerics.
Right.
Yeah.
The carefree cleric.
Okay. Then you all find yourself in this hallway that I could not get the map that I made in a non-Roll20 software to really map onto. But you can tell just from stepping in, you hear this chanting of a ritual happening over here. And
we should not let that ritual finish.
Kordak unhesitantly will kind of just give a grunt. We must hurry.
As we're rushing forwards, I will say to when you see the ice in the air around me, do not step near me. And he'll wait for them to get a bit more forwards, and he'll click his fingers. And as a bonus action, I'll activate my Cloak of Flies. So you guys see, like out of basically every orifice on me pours small wasps that are made of ice that buzz all around me within a 5-foot area. Mechanically, any creature that starts its turn in that 5 foot takes 5 points of necrotic damage.
I love wasps.
That is beautifully gross.
I will change a ring out. I'm going to put on a ring of invisibility.
Okay. Nice. We're learning so much about Arian's likes and dislikes. Likes. Right? Okay.
And if he could ever get a hold of a lightning wasp, oh man.
Oh, you mean the coolest new monster I want to design?
Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, out of a portal appears, and instead of a champion, it's a lightning wasp. You all approach this ritual chamber. I assume because Arian is invisible. At least Arian is being stealthy. If the 2 of you are maybe trying to be like a distraction.
Zerai has the wand in hand already. The one that was given to us. and he is rushing to try and, rather than stealthily catch them off guard, just get insight and point wand before anyone can act. So I will be rushing forwards.
Okay, then I need you to make. Are you gonna cast the spell just straight out?
I'm gonna use the wand to paralyze him, or attempt to paralyze him.
Okay, then you lift it. And what is your charisma modifier?
+5.
Okay, so this is a very high DC that he would have to meet, and there were several for Icadil. So I'm going to say that he has disadvantage. So let's see if we have another fight or if Liam can go to bed.
I have a question. How high is the room?
The ceiling, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, the ceiling it's only like 15 feet up.
Oh, damn. Okay.
For old dwarven architecture, probably not
Yeah.
that high.
I guess no call lightning in this
Like
room.
6.5 feet tall.
Yep. No call lightning here. Damn.
Sorry. Well, he does not beat a 19 because this wand lets you add your charisma mod to the already established DC. So you watch as before anybody can react, basically this well-dressed man in all purple and crimson sort of extends his hand in shock, seeing these three people who he just whipped away with a flick of his hand, return to his tower so quickly. He extends his hand, and then he is just stuck in place. And this sheet of light appears before the four of you. And for a moment, you see this extremely pale-skinned, half-elven man with a long silver sword that's slightly curled. But then you see that he seems to be pushed away in the same way that you were whisked out of this room. And there appears in front of you a seemingly something like a portal. And you all have about 20 seconds to say your goodbyes and jump through the portal if you like.
So
Kodak will. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, Kodak will kind of glower at the mages, like he's like gripping so hard on the scimitar and mace, but he will then toe the line right up to the edge of the veil.
We didn't free the wizard from his tower. Is there a harp here?
You invisible, you see there's a harp over in this corner. Could be hit by a call lightning spell as you slipped through.
Yep, that would be cool to do. I mean, I can't really do call lightning in here because I don't have the room, but I could do.
Well, you're not going to have to worry about it in about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Hold on. I could do erupting earth, and that'll blow the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you can do that.
Yeah, that'll work. I feel bad for the wizard. He's got to be freed.
And you all have a split second to look at the room one last time. Look at each other.
Yes, so just before the portal is closing, and the two robed figures closest to me, I want to try and cast mass suggestion on them, and I'm going to say, I need some people that know this ritual. Come with me.
Okay.
And wisdom DC 17.
Okay, this one in yellow succeeds. This one in red turns and goes, all right, and runs towards you and is going to jump at you and grab you through the portal.
And I take him to whatever fate awaits him on the other side.
All right. Korduk, do you step on in?
I will look over to Arian, say, "You would be a good addition to the guild. We would be pleased to have you." And he'll kind of give you a little salute and then step backwards through the portal.
Yeah. And Arian, are you casting that earthquake?
Yes. I want to destroy the harp on the way through.
Sure. And you watch as the first tremor already starts to crack it on the side, and you see 3 of its strings just shatter before you go. And as you pass through, you feel that some type of curse is lifted as you pass away. And then each of you drift back through that those shimmering lines of color. But as you go, you each feel as if you see something in this castle that you did not see. Arian, you see that there was a small, not quite cared for garden out in a courtyard, not looked after well enough. These people shouldn't have the castle that they have if they're not going to look after their green life. Korduk, you see an armory where there are several other dwarven weapons. It seems like none of these people are making their own stuff. Mm-hmm. They're just kind of taking. And Zerai, you see Lord Dalcon's study. And you actually catch a glimpse of his notes on teleportation, because teleportation is one of his specialties. And you see a large part of how it works is that the person who is casting the spell, it is based on their perception of a place, not on reality. So they are able to pull themselves somewhere or someone else to them if they have a perception that it is a true destination, essentially.
Okay.
If they've never been somewhere, they can get there with a picture in their mind. And you land with your new buddy. And he hates lightning and hates wasps. So it's good he went with you and not
Does the Spectre go with them too?
Oh, the Spectre. Of course the Spectre came through. That's his buddy.
That's my baby.
And that will be 4 Falls Champions. So thank you
very much
who came by and watched. And thank you 3 for playing. This was a whole lot of fun.
Anytime, so much fun.
And we'll be trying to have some more of these. Cycling new GMs in, but these 3 are welcome to come back. And be sure to check out everybody's show. And we usually sign off of my show by doing a bit about how much we hate a certain store, but I won't make you all do that. So,
I have a question, Ben.
Yeah,
is it Ben Collins stand-up, or I saw something else earlier? Ben Collins comedy? Which one is it?
My email?
No, when I went to is Ben Collins stand-up your Twitter handle?
Ben Collins jokes.
Jokes, that's what it is. Because on the little flyer here it says Ben Collins stand-up.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I want everyone to know where they can follow you at, so it's right.
Oh, yeah, that was my mistake there.
Yeah.
I've been Collins Jokes as my personal Twitter. But thank you all for playing. This was
thank you.
Really a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to explore.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
It was great.
My game world, and if any of you are looking for somebody to show up as a fun, sassy swordsman, I am, of course, willing to. But this has been great. Everybody should go get some sleep. Aaron, if you want to take us out. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.